Welcome, everyone, to the Board of Regents meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask the secretary to please call the roll.
Chair Marty Guay.
Present.
Richard Balducci. Here. Regent Ira Bloom.
Present.
Regent Cheyenne Erlington. Regent Juanita James. Regent Sophia Japanin.
Present.
Regent Richard Porth. Regent Luis Sanchez. Luis Sanchez. Okay, thank you, Luis. Regent Ari Santiago.
Present.
Regent Aaron Stewart. Regent Elise Wright. Regent Ted Yang. Expected, yes, he's having difficulties getting in. Regent Cummings. FAC Regent Brendan Cunningham.
Present.
FAC Chair Kalina Sesenker.
Present.
Commissioner Bartolomeo. Commissioner Jutani. David Stuber, Chief of Staff. Commissioner Russell Tucker. Chief Workforce Officer Kelly Marie Valiers.
Present.
Undersecretary Charlene Casamento. Chancellor Cheng. President John Maduco. President Zolma Toro. President Ed Klanoski. President Karim Ismaili. Lillian Wanjagi. Provost Steve Hegedus.
Present.
Incoming President Jesse Bernal.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Chancellor Cheng, I'd like to offer the floor to you for comments.
Thank you, Chair Guay. So this is my final board meeting as Chancellor, and I just have to say it's been such an incredible honor to serve as the Chancellor of this system for these past 4 years. And I want to really thank our faculty, our staff, all of our administrators and our institutional leaders. You all perform magic every day on our campuses. Your work, your leadership, your mentorship, you shape the future of so many students and alumni and the state. You set things up for success. And for those who choose to trust in the CSU system and the institutions of the system, you create paths for progress, regardless of whatever path those individuals might choose. I'm going to say some more about some of our students that I've had a chance to meet through the years, but getting to know the students has significantly been the most gratifying part of this role. You know, I started my career in higher education as an adjunct faculty member and learning how to work with students, learning how to teach, learning how to be a decent faculty member. And it's always been about how great these students are, because in my career, and it's no different here at CSU, our students have that work ethic. They are hungry for knowledge, and their grit and determination to succeed is just inspiring. As a system, these past 4 years, we've made some really significant strides, and it hasn't been easy, right? It hasn't always been easy, but we have continued to make progress. And I'm really proud of all of you for the progress we've made. We've opened new healthcare manufacturing sites. We've prioritized dual and concurrent enrollment. We've enhanced student transfer success. We've quadrupled the impact of our auto admit program, which is remarkable. We've increased system-wide grants and support. We've strengthened industry and community partnerships, all while standing by our values of diversity, equity, and inclusion, access for as many people as possible to make their lives better. So in the next year, as I transition to the special advisor role to the board, I remain deeply committed to the mission of CSCU, and I'm really looking forward to continuing my work with the Board of Regents to build upon the success of the system. So a few special thank yous. I have to thank the system office team. I'm not going to name every single one of you, but you're in the room. Some of you are not in the room, but you know exactly who you are. I cannot thank you enough for being here, doing the work that you do. You don't get enough appreciation. You don't get enough thank yous. You may never, but I could not ask for a more dedicated and true group of individuals who give everything they have, every single minute, every single day to do the good work that we do the right way for the right reasons. And that is invaluable. So to the system team, I can't thank you enough for being there for every moment, trying to help me personally, but also just trying to help our students. There's nothing that can replace that. I have to thank the presidents and your teams. Your teams are remarkable. Your people are amazing. You all, as individual leaders, too. This is a small club, right? Chancellors, presidents. We only know what it's like if we've been in these seats, if we've been in these roles. And the collegiality, the camaraderie we've built, the friendships we've built. And again, I know what you all go through. I appreciate you stepping up to the plate, for taking on these leadership roles and this responsibility, and for, again, leading your institutions through what right now are truly unprecedented times. We need you. We need you to keep doing what you do, and I'll be there to try to help you as a friend and as a colleague in any way I can. I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to Manohar Singh and Dwayne Smith, who served admirably as interim presidents at Western and at Southern. They've done a great job. They too, friends, colleagues, people who have given every ounce of their beings to making their institutions and their students and faculties and all their communities better. You know, welcome to Dr. Bernal, Jesse, and Dr. Bulmer, Sandy at Southern. I'm so happy that you've chosen to take on this journey with us, right? And I'm going to be there again to try to help you in any way possible to help you succeed, because that's what the students deserve and that's what the system deserves. Faculty and staff, you drive the classrooms, you drive the advisement, you drive the curriculum, the pedagogy. And even when we haven't always seen eye to eye, I know that you're there to help our students. And that's why we give our lives to this kind of work. Every faculty member and staff member, every campus, every institution, you're the magic. When we talk about the magic with students, you are the magic that helps. Special shout out to Lisa Bigelow, Louise Williams, John O'Connor, our collective bargaining partners. Lisa Bigelow is a wonderful partner, very straightforward, very clear, very honest and true. Louise Williams, John O'Connor, the same. I forgive John O'Connor for being a Red Sox fan. We can always talk about baseball. We can talk about Cape Cod Baseball League in the summer, but these are good folks and they're working hard. They're working for their constituent groups. And again, we are on the same team. And the last thing I'm going to say is our students are just some of the most special people I've ever had a chance to talk to and work with. Again, these are folks that literally would not have a chance to achieve higher education and further their goals in their lives and in their journeys for themselves and their families. And it's just been such a privilege to be able to get to meet so many of them and be inspired by them and be reminded that regardless of whatever these headwinds we might face in these moments, the journey and the trajectory of progress is what's important, and we've made progress. So it's been an honor to serve all of you, and I will continue to be here to help in any way that I can. So thank you, Chair Gray.
Thank you, Chancellor Cheng. BOR, college and university presidents, faculty, administration, and guests for being here today to continue the important work before us. Today, we're on the verge of wrapping up an academic year. I first want to thank Chancellor Cheng for his service and tenure at CSU. Chancellor took this job in the system during a period of incredible change and during the pandemic. It was not an easy time, but much progress has been made in our system. Results can be vexing during difficult times. Thank you, parents. Also, I want to thank President Singh and President Smith for their service. They worked hard with everyone to achieve results at Western and Southern. Success is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out. I thank them and I appreciate them. I would also like to welcome President Jesse Barnell to WestCon and Interim President Sandy Bulmer to Southern. Lillian, thanks for being here. Represent Southern. We appreciate you. Jesse and Sandy are two very strong leaders who have demonstrated their capabilities. We look forward to benefiting from their collaborative leadership experience. A special thanks to President Toro and the Central team for their leadership and effort working with our Western stakeholders and ecosystem. They have worked to build a path forward to institutional stability. The experience and insights gained from President Toro and the Central team are great and wonderful for ensuring that we will be successful short and long term at WestCon. I'd like to welcome Del Cummings to the Board of Regents. Del taught chemistry and science at CT State Naugatuck for a long time. We don't give numbers, Del. And after successful endeavors in the private sector. Having more faculty voices on the BOR helps the BOR perform better. We look forward to your contributions on the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and also on the Human Resources Committee. So thank you, Del, in advance for some great service. I had the privilege of attending 5 graduations. I would have went to more, but it seems like we schedule a lot of them around the same time. I went to Western, Eastern, Southern, CT State Norwalk, and CT State Three Rivers. It was really a wonderful experience to see our students, faculty, and staff. The achievement and pride of our students was contagious. I saw a couple of backflips. I saw a few other things that aren't ready for a public meeting. Our faculty and staff are doing amazing work that is changing the world one person at a time. I'm grateful for your service and your commitment. Finally, I would like to thank my board colleagues for their hard work. You don't get much thanks nor remuneration for your work, yet you get something much better, the satisfaction of working on a really important mission. So thank you for your service on the BOR this year. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes from the May 28th, 2025 meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a second? Are there any changes, discussion? With that, I'd like to know who's all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The minutes are approved. Next, we have the consent agenda. I will note that you've been provided a substitute resolution for the item 6.a, identified as resolution regarding the contract with Elucian. I'd like to call a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? Consent agenda is approved. Next on the agenda is the report of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Committee Chair Ira Bloom, I believe you have a report and 4 action items and a presentation for us today.
Well, lots of entertainment.
We're looking forward for your brief presentation. Chair, the floor is all yours, Ira. Take the time you need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee met on June 6th. The ASA committee thanks the board for its approval of the ASA items on the consent agenda that was just passed. A particular note on that agenda are a few items. One is the new BA in Integrated Multimedia Production coming from Central. It enables students to create their multimedia content, blending traditional disciplines such as journalism and traditional technologies with emerging technologies such as AI and augmented reality. This program reflects the ongoing work by the faculty and academic leadership on the campuses to incorporate emerging technologies into the academic course of study. And I think we all are aware of the potential significance of some of these emerging technologies, including generative AI, both for what they may accomplish and for what mischief they may cause. It's important that our academic programs reflect the students' understanding of these issues. Also of note, Mr. Chairman, is the designation of Eastern Professor of English, Dr. Donald Donaghy, as a Connecticut State University professor. Congratulations to Dr. Donaghy and to Eastern. Chair Gay, as you said, the ASA committee is recommending 4 policy resolutions for consideration and possible vote by the board, to be followed by the presentation of a short transfer report. Each of the items in different ways seeks to advance our North Star of student success and achievement. The first resolution, which I put on the table, is the policy on dual and concurrent enrollment, which has been discussed by the board previously. You may recall last month there was a report from Social Impact Partners that this was one of the items that was presented. Has been reported previously, research has demonstrated the benefits of this policy in encouraging initial student enrollment and student retention. To a greater or lesser extent, Connecticut State, which has taken the lead in this area, and each of the other campuses have been involved in this endeavor. I will now ask Dr. Ainsley Diamond, our Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, to open the discussion of this resolution. After the discussion is concluded and any questions answered, I will move the resolution adopting this policy for a vote. Dr. Diamond.
All right, let's try that again. Thank you, Regent Bloom and the entire board. Kayla, can you share my slides, please? I will do my best to be efficient, but this has been a 2-year process, and I want to give due diligence to the incredible work that has been done. Kayla, can you blow that up? Thank you. Perfect. If you can go to the first slide. So I want to start by thanking many of the leaders around this table and who are joining us virtually, whose input helped inform this policy. While some responded directly to the policy and its many, many drafts, others shared their voices in interviews. I want to emphasize that this has been a process that started over 2 years ago, informed by CSCU voices, expertise from local and national experts, as well as coordination from our 2 accreditation organizations in the space, both NECHI and NASEP. Instrumental to this policy development are Patrick Carr, who is the System Office Program Manager for Library Consortium Operations, and Brian Bosher, who is joining us today. He is CEO of Olive Shade Consulting and has 20 years of experience in early college and is the former director of UConn's ECE program. In particular, I want to highlight Provost Karen Hynek, who is right behind me, whose career focus in the dual and concurrent space has been absolutely invaluable. All of our system provosts played advisory roles through this process, often, very often pushing back, and in the end, their advice and feedback got us to where we are today. So as far as the process goes, 2 years ago, the system office contracted with Olive Shade and Brian Bosher, who I just introduced, and we met with every dual and concurrent director in our system, which culminated in the landscape study and the SWOT analysis that Olive Shade provided for us. Patrick Carr worked with Brian to research national programs and policy examples which informed. As always, policy development places a strong emphasis on engagement with CSEU stakeholders. This policy was sent through each provost to each campus for feedback, as well as the System Policy Advisory Committee. I'll begin with brief definitions, alignment, and impact, and I will follow that with the actual policy. Next slide, please. All right, so how does dual differ from concurrent? Dual enrollment courses refers to post-secondary education course in any academic subject or career-oriented pathway that is delivered by an institution of higher education. Strength of dual enrollment courses is that the students are often on our campuses. They are taught by our faculty, and they start to see themselves as our students. Current enrollment courses refers to when a high school student is simultaneously enrolled in an institution of higher education, taking a college course taught by a certified high school teacher approved by the institution of higher education to offer the course at the high school site. These courses can be traditional academic areas or in career-oriented pathways. The strength of concurrent enrollment courses is the relationship development between those teachers and the IHE faculty and the scheduling and transportation flexibility. All right, so dual and concurrent enrollment programs are designed to help our students. It helps our students accelerate their degree completion, gain advanced career training, reduce educational costs for both students and their families. By participating in these programs, high school students can earn college credits and access career-focused training before graduating. This policy before you sets a unified framework for dual and concurrent enrollment programs offered by CSEU institutions, ensuring consistent implementation across campuses and equitable access for all students. Work in dual and concurrent enrollment are extensions of CSEU's ACT pillars. Next. So to start off, let's reflect on why this topic is important. And to do that, let's talk about accessibility, completion, and talent, the three pillars of our ACT framework. Accessibility means expanding educational pathways by giving students the chance to begin pursuing their higher education dreams while still in high school is one of the most impactful steps we can take. Second is completion. Completion supports students to realize their academic goals by offering them an earlier start in their higher education journey. Dual and concurrent programs can be critical to enabling students to successfully complete these journeys. Finally, talent. When we think of talent, we think of the incredible potential that our students have to thrive and how we can empower this potential. From this standpoint, dual and concurrent programs are a launching pad. They help our students to recognize their talents, build confidence to exercise those talents for academic and career success. Very, very briefly, next slide. I just want to talk about national data. If anyone wants to jump down this rabbit hole of national data in this space, I would be more than happy to spend hours talking to you about all of this. So on this map, you will see that dual and concurrent enrollment throughout the nation is really, really focused on these 10 states. So these 10 states are taking the lead. This chart comes from a CCRC report in October 2024. So just a couple of very quick examples. So in Virginia, their dual and concurrent enrollment grew by 50% from 2015 to 2021. Ohio's enrollment grew by 42% during roughly the same time period. And meanwhile, in Texas, dual and concurrent grew by 63%, 2014 to 20. States have been so successful is decades of fiscal allocation and state prioritization of their dual and concurrent programs. We have the opportunity for exponential growth in this space. And just some more fun data that I love to look at. Right now, well, academic year 2022, 2023, there were about 2.5 million students nationwide that participated in dual and concurrent programs. There's a lot of information in this space, but just things that I wanted to point out that you see on the slide are about 12% of all undergraduate students were participating in some form of dual and concurrent nationwide. Kayla, can you move it to the next slide? There we go. So this is us right now. Right now we have a total of 7,300 students that are enrolled in dual and concurrent throughout CSCU. Our programs exist and they are wonderful. They focus on local resources and their strengths lie in years of relationship development between the college and universities and high schools. They have been in existence for decades. We are doing this very, very well at the local level. We have such an opportunity for growth and sustainability in this place. Not forget how young of a system we are. It's very exciting to think about how this policy and its implementation every corner of our state. I want to reiterate that we have the opportunity to engage our students at scale, and most importantly, those not necessarily in the 20th top percentile of our students. This is systematic. All right, so let's talk about the summary of the policy. I know I'm taking a lot of time and I appreciate this, but this is really important. So what we are talking about in this policy is consolidating approaches. Instead of 6 separate approaches to dual and concurrent, it focuses on reducing redundancy and enhancing the student experience. Sourcing optimal strategies, we actively seek out a wide variety of experiences across our system to identify and implement best practices. Through the CSCU Dual and Concurrent Enrollment Advisory Body, they will work collaboratively to address the core challenges, which are outlined as teacher certification, registration processes, and consistent and equitable pricing models. Collaborative implementation. We are not doing this alone. Many of you knew that House Bill 644-5 was passed earlier this month, and among its compliance structure is a mandate moving all public IHEs to gain NACEP accreditation. I can happily tell you, most of our institutions started this path more than a year ago. They are already well on their way seeking NACEP accreditation. Over to the next slide. Then, if anyone is interested in more information, I can talk to you all day about NACEP accreditation. This is usually around a 3-year process, starting with a 1-year self-study. It provides consistency and rigor and some guardrails moving forward. Like I said, our institutions are already well on their way. They are attending the same conferences that I am and sitting through very long sessions on the entire accreditation process. Next slide, please, Kayla. So just lastly, I'm asking you to consider the policy which focuses on a consistency of process, system-wide collaboration, clarity and expectation for students, families, and educational stakeholders, efficiency and accountability, a decision-making framework, and all of which leads towards scalability and growth. That is the end of my presentation, Regent Bloom.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Diamond. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would move this item and then open to questions or comments from any of the regents.
Regent Casamento. Questions first.
The new bill that was, I believe, passed into law yesterday, very exciting for the dual credit space, will be the reporting of data separating out concurrent enrollment from dual enrollment. And so hopefully you'll be able to come back. I know that that's a reporting requirement to State Department of Education, but I think being able to look at the progress in each of those categories at the level of detail that you have, to the extent it's possible, will help us to appreciate the progress that's being made. In addition, when we think about growing, obviously, and in the CCRC report, UConn's data was omitted. That said, Connecticut still has a lot of work to do in the dual credit space. My hope would be that people are looking at where dual and concurrent opportunities exist and trying to find the gaps for either student populations where we're not reaching, as well as programs that aren't being offered. And to the extent that there is work in that space, I think that would be helpful also, right? Is that UConn has an established program. My hope would be we're not trying to replicate that program, but yet find those sweet spots where either students or programs or workforce things aren't being addressed. So thank you.
I can address the comment and to say I would be shocked if we were not asked to come and do many, many reports moving forward. We want to share the progress in this space. It's very exciting. We are working hand in hand. I speak with the State Department of Education all of the time. Their new dashboard is wonderful as far as pulling data, but we have to work in concert with them and how they are pulling their data. And when we're looking at these data, you have to differentiate between not just dual and concurrent, but those programs. And to your point about UConn, we have a very different dual and concurrent portfolio than we do. That Venn diagram does overlap in certain spaces, but we have the advantage of where we are geographically. But to your point, what programs are we offering? What is the enrollment? How are we working with our partner schools to really make sure that we are hitting their needs, but also systematically looking at the program as a whole?
Thank you. And I guess the last thing I would say is there's a few of the campuses, many of the campuses have increased their enrollment since 20 and even in 15, but there are a handful that have declined. And so hopefully there's some analysis happening to see what the roadblocks are for in those particular areas. Thank you.
Further comments or questions?
I have a question. You're looking for support on this, and what does it look like a year from now?
Yeah,
What results do we report or hear back 1 year after we agree on this?
For all of those individuals that I am going to hit up to be on the advisory board, there's a lot of work that is going to that we'll be able to bring back. Again, the best practices that we have seen throughout our state is fantastic. So how do we share that information to say, okay, this campus is doing this really well? Is it dependent upon just the demographics of that area, or is this scoping and scaling that can happen? Really looking towards how do we better enroll and track our dual and concurrent students through technology solutions. That is something I'm very eager to hear about research in that area. It's working with the people. It's working with our faculty and the communities for what their needs are. It's going to be a lot of information, Chair White, to come forward with in a year's time.
Okay, sounds like we're a work in progress. What's the end state of Connecticut? I saw a map of 10 states, and those 10 states have the preponderance of people, not just students. But what is our goal? Is there a percentage of students? What are we trying to accomplish, and what does that look like when we're all done?
So we can go nowhere but up. There are some pretty stark data out there of where Connecticut is in regard to dual and concurrent. A lot of that, as I softly mentioned, has to do with fiscal allocation. We aren't funded. There are states that are just leaps and bounds ahead of us. So how do we make a stronger argument for what it is we are currently doing, what we propose to do, to really focus on our legislators, that we certain amount of funding, it's roughly $7 million, was just allocated for dual and concurrent. But if you remember to our last meeting, SIP projected that a pilot for 1 year for CT State, just focusing on 6 alliance districts, should at the bottom level be $11 million. So I think that spending this next year at a minimum, really looking at who we are in this space and what we offer and how we can consistently come together. That's been the whole issue, that we don't have a policy, we don't have working groups as a system to really showcase what we can and what we want to do, and then be able to go back to legislators and say, would you like to be a part of this? Can you help us fund this? Again, I don't want to downplay. I can sit here all day to talk about the incredible work that our campuses are doing, but they hit a glass ceiling in this space probably 5 years ago. They cannot move forward unless we really get this imperative to push forward.
Yeah, just a comment. I mean, if this is really important and it's student facing and impacts student lives so much, we need to move faster and we need to communicate stronger. So I don't have any answer for you, but I will tell you, we have a need for speed on something that's really critical for our students.
I agree.
Chairman, I think we might be ready for a vote on this resolution. Second, okay, there's a second. May I move ahead, Mr. Chairman?
Here, please do.
All in favor of adopting, Regents in favor of adopting this resolution?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Resolution is passed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
May I move to the second resolution?
Please do.
The next three resolutions in different ways deal with issues of student conduct. So the second resolution is the CSCU hazing prevention reporting policy. I will ask Dr. Cameron Liston to describe this policy and as the Chief Compliance Officer. And again, after discussion and questions, I will move the approval of this resolution by the board.
Thank you, Regent Bloom. Appreciate it. And thank you all the regents for taking the time to listen about the updated CSCU hazing prevention reporting policy. By way of background, in December 2024, VAWA amendments were signed into law. Among other provisions, the law requires higher education institutions to comply with essentially four key components. The first of which is adopting a policy implementing the amendments by June 2025. The second is defining hazing consistent with the amendment. We have prohibited hazing in our student organizations historically. There were minor changes in terms of what constitutes hazing in these amendments, so that update is in this policy. There's also a very significant broadening of who this policy applies to. So previously, we have been under the impression that the hazing prevention applies only to recognized student organizations. The amendments are very clear that this applies to both recognized and unrecognized student organizations. So this is a significant broadening of our jurisdiction in this space, and certainly requires attention to ensure that we are complying with these now new expectations. The third is report allegations of hazing in our public annual security report. And that's what's commonly referred to as our CLEAR report. Most of these reports are handled by our police departments or public safety. So this is a new crime, clearing crime, that is going to be recorded in those reports and published annually. Fourth, we're required to report findings of hazing. And this differs from allegations of hazing under the CLEAR report. This is when we actually receive reports that are investigated by our investigative units, and we find that hazing occurred in our student organizations. Now we are required to report findings publicly in a campus hazing transparency report that is available online broadly to the public. This policy before you is designed to fulfill obligations 1 and 2. It's a policy that defines hazing consistent with the amendments, and it is a policy as required by the amendments. It also outlines how institutions will comply with obligations 3 and 4. Public safety, police departments, institutional student affairs leaders, institutional human resource leadership, presidential designees on the policy committee, system office designees on the policy committee, the 6 presidents, and the chancellor reviewed and offered feedback that was incorporated into this draft. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? I'm going to move this item and then ask for comments from the regents, questions from the regents.
I have a question. Who owns Clery Act reporting in our system?
Yeah, currently the compliance with that falls under general counsel.
Okay.
But the actual work of it falls to our police departments. So our police departments at the institutions each have their own clear reporting. They have their defined CSAs, which are campus security authorities, that report those crimes to the police department. They compile the data and release the report.
And as public disclosed information, do we post that on our website?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question. I think the policy covers it, but hazing now can happen remotely. I mean, it's not the concept that we may have had 100 years ago when I was young. So the policy from, as I read it, would cover hazing done remotely, social media, through social media and what.
That is correct. It's agnostic as to location.
Other comments or questions? Chairman, may I move this for approval?
Yes, please do.
Second? Second. All the regions in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The third resolution is the proposed student conduct policy. I will ask Dr. Tamara Day Stevens, our Interim Associate Vice President for Enrollment and Student Success, to open the discussion of this resolution. Again, when the discussion is concluded, I will move approval of the resolution.
Thank you, Regent Bloom. I'll give you a little background on the Code of Conduct. The Board of Regents for Higher Education first adopted the Student Code of Conduct in 2014 and allows for the code to be continuously amended to remain consistent with the law. Since the policy's adoption, the code has been amended to maintain compliance with federal regulations. The most recent regulations set forth were in 2024, as everybody probably remembers last summer, requiring specific requirements related to Title IX to be effective for August of last year. At that time, the board approved the amendments and designated the student code to be interim. Following that approval of the interim policy in 2024, a robust review of the policy was conducted by stakeholders across our system. That was led by two co-chairs that I'd like to recognize, Dr. Jules Tatro from Southern Connecticut State University and Dr. Sarah Hansen from CT State Middlesex led that charge. That was supported by our general counsel and our campus conduct leaders. They all worked together. In addition to those review and that team, we also had review from our vice presidents of student affairs, our deans of students. It was reviewed by our provost, our president's council, our senates provided some review. We had student leaders, our SAC board chair and our SAC chair and vice chair also reviewed the code of conduct, and our CSCU policies committee also reviewed the code of conduct. The review process resulted in several changes, which included shifting the academic misconduct policy and hazing prevention and reporting policy to stand alone as separate from the CSCU Code of Conduct. The policy review also led to the addition and removal of language throughout the policy in order to maintain compliance and consistency with federal regulations. I'm going to pass it back to Regent Bloom and ask that the amended CSCU Student Code of Conduct removes the interim designation. Thank you, Regent
Dr.
Bloom.
Stevens. I'm going to move this item. Any questions, comments, or from the regents? Seeing none, Mr. Chairman, I would move the item for a vote.
Do.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Resolution is carried.
Thank you, Regent Bloom.
Fourth resolution is the interim student academic misconduct policy. I will now ask Dr. Diamond again to open the discussion of this resolution. And again, after the discussion is concluded, opportunity for board questions and comments, and then to a vote. Dr. Diamond?
Yes, so similar to last summer with the entire student code of conduct, what we are asking today is to allow us to have the academic misconduct policy pulled out and stay static as interim The provosts throughout the system are going to be working on amending the policy starting in the fall, but we need to have an academic misconduct policy on the record as we do this work. So this is very similar to last summer. We were just asking to pull this part of the policy out and keep it static as interim while we continue to do.
We will be moving toward having a revised academic misconduct policy.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Chairman, I move this item. I'm sorry.
I have a question. How big is this problem? Maybe the institutional presidents would know better, or somebody, but
Academic misconduct?
yeah.
I can defer to our president, but what I would say is that we have current policies and procedures on our campuses that are designed to directly work with our students in an education platform as far when these things come up. And these policies have been on our campuses. Our students have infractions. They have for a long time, and we have these on the books.
Sure, but I assume this isn't something that we report or track. This is a very situational type of moment that's handled through a policy. Now, if you get a sense of how big is this issue, be interesting, because if it is, we need to teach people conduct, not just academics, right?
I think that like I said before, it's an incredible teaching moment for individuals that are in the space. Speaking from my own experience as a faculty member, you start off young and you're very punitive about how dare someone quote Chaucer and not give credit. And then over time, you learn to work with a student and explain to them why it is important that citation and credit be given where credit is due.
I think everyone quotes the Miller's Tale without even knowing it. Chaucer.
One of the, if I may, this reminds me a little bit of what happened in 1995 when the internet first appeared, and there was a question of how do we deal with what is the policy about use of internet sources, et cetera. Now we have something like ChatGPT, and we have, I think, a similar, maybe a somewhat more complicated situation, but we have ground rules. I mean, we have to develop ground rules for what's appropriate and what's possible here. And it'll be a challenging, I think it will be, as Dr. Diamond said, a challenging period. Chairman, may I move the item, this approval of this item?
Yes, please do.
Second, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Bloom. Thank you for such high productivity this morning.
We have one more item, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. The final item is a required one-year update on the transfer report. So, Dr. Diamond.
It's me again. So last year, we came to this meeting with a draft of the general education transfer policy and a promise that we would return with a transfer update in a year. I'm so pleased to be with you today to share the exponential growth in transfer initiatives, give acknowledgement to the transfer leaders throughout our system, and share what is next in our transfer journey. We believe that every student, regardless of their starting point, deserves a clear and supported path to academic success. Kayla, can you move it forward one? Their potential should never be limited by process or procedure or where they began their journey. Our approach to achieving this holistic student success is multifaceted with the foundational elements listed on this slide. We're so deeply committed to fostering system collaboration. This means actively supporting our institutions. When our institutions collaborate, the student's journey becomes a seamless continuum rather than a series of disconnected hurdles. Second, we are creating equitable solutions to eliminate transfer barriers. We recognize that the transfer process can be complex, confusing at times, inadvertently exclusionary as well. Our goal is to dismantle these barriers, making the transition as smooth and transparent as possible for each and every one of our students. This involves identifying and addressing systematic inequities that might disadvantage our students. And finally, we are dedicated to focusing on continuous improvement of the student experience. The educational landscape is always evolving, and so too should our support systems. Next slide. So as you can see on this slide, we've had so many early wins from the beginning of the CSU Transfer Council to last year's passage of the CSU General Education Transfer Credit Alignment Policy. We have been working this year on a pilot of the CSU Strategic Transfer and Engagement Plan, which we lovingly call STEP. And we have had the opportunity to participate in a lot of national initiatives. And I want to point out, we received a national award through the NASH transfer initiative that they had. We are engaging with Ithaca SNR and Arizona State University's Design Accelerator. Over the past 4 years, transfer alone has secured over $620,000 to support transfer initiatives. Moving forward to the next slide. I'm very proud to recognize the invaluable contributions of our faculty and staff facilitating student transfer. Their insight and advocacy and technical abilities propel this work forward. It's very important to recognize 3 people most critical to advancing transfer forward as a system initiative. And of course, they didn't put their name on this extensive slide. That would be Matt Fisher, who is our Academic Affairs Coordinator, Jen Berry, our Assistant Director of the Office of Transfer and Articulation, and Steve Marcelinus, the Director of the Office of Transfer and Articulation. Next slide, please. Our goals for transfer are crystal clear. We want to guide CT State students to our universities in Charter Oak. Now I want to give the presentation over to Steve Marcelinus.
Morning, everybody. I hope you've seen through the previous slides the tagline that we've been using, the plan to transfer and the 6 institutions and 1 goal. We really want to move towards that as far as normalizing transfer. For a long time now, more and more students are using more than 1 institution to complete their academic goals, and we want to make sure that we could do that. And as a system of 6 institutions, that's really where we have our competitive advantage. How do we work together to work towards student success and move students towards that finish line moving forward? Next slide, please. So I'm going to run through these slides fairly quickly. You're going to see here, this was the results of some work that we're doing now with Arizona State University and their Design Accelerator. It was a discovery survey that we put out, and the information here is not going to surprise you. It's stuff that you've seen in every report that comes out as far as student success and what we need to do. We need to work better as a system and collaborate more effectively. We need to provide more student supports as far as transfer services go. And we need to clearly and effectively communicate what it is that we're doing as a system, because we have seen some wins moving forward. Next slide, please. So starting with collaboration, we developed the CSU Transfer Council. This is a system-wide body that takes the decisions out of an office of 1 at the system level and really puts it back in the hands of our faculty and staff throughout the system that are working with our students, are the boots on the ground, and are able to identify and really address these situations more effectively than we can. Next slide, please. One of the first recommendations that came out of the Chancellor Council was the development of this STEP, the Strategic Transfer Engagement Plan. STEP is, to very simply put, it's a way to identify students early in the process as far as if they want to transfer or not. Oddly enough, we do a lot to react to students when they go to transfer, when they fill out a transfer application, but we do not do enough on the front end to address these issues, to really academically, to help with the academic planning as far as that goes. Next slide, please. So by looking at early engagement within the first 0 to 30 credits, we're able to have these discussions with our students much more sooner than later. We're able to provide academic planning through CT State to the bachelor's program. We're able to identify these students, share this information with our four-year partners so they could help with this very heavy lift of student success, because it's an overwhelming task for CT State faculty and staff to do this on their own. It's typically a moving target, and this should be shared with our four-year partners within the students, within the system, so we can retain students within the system. Next slide, please. So how are we doing this? Very simply, we're asking the students. We've developed an online form that will ask students, do you want to transfer? Yes or no? If so, where do you want to go? If it's within the system, we are sharing that student information with the transfer destination they've selected. The four-year partners are willing and able to engage with the students sooner than later to welcome to their campus, acclimate them to the culture at their institution, and provide supports, again, to see them through to the completion of that bachelor's degree. Next slide, please. So we have been developing a pilot of this program for the last year now that has been under the guidance of Dr. Jennifer Berry. We've been very lucky to have her at the system to initiate this pilot. And this is what we've learned so far, that our data aligns very similar to national data. 80% of the students that filled out this form say that they do want to transfer. And looking at this information, just about half want to stay within the system. So how do we make sure that that happens? How do we look at the students that aren't sure if they want to transfer or not? How are we having those conversations to say, you know what, this is your opportunity. This is what we can provide for you. Even for the students that want to go outside of the system, how do we verify that that's the right fit for them, that they're going to a school that has the right major for them? We've never been able to do this in the past. Now having this information, again, we could verify this information upfront, early, and try to retain them within the system, track to see where they're going and how they're completing as far as bachelor's degrees and their overall goals. Next slide, please. So how do we also, once we know where they want to go, how do we simplify the academic planning for our students and for the faculty and staff helping our students? We took a major step last year with the passage of the CSU General Education Transfer Credit Alignment Policy. This will go into full scale in the fall. As far as I know, in the national news, there's been a lot of coverage of the start of World War III. As far as I know, this has not been connected to any of those reports. So, sorry. Hey, next slide. But Gen Ed is only half of the or a portion of the program. As far as the other courses go, we still have to provide information on what is required for major courses and how they apply to the four-year programs as well. We have been selected as one of three states to create the Transfer Explorer with Ithaca S&R. This is a national repository of course equivalencies. And again, we are the first of three to help develop that project. All 6 institutions are involved in this project, and we're very excited to see the completion and what this will provide, again, as an online resource. Next slide. This is an example of how that program will work, or how that tool will work. You'll see here courses from Central Connecticut State University that are applying to CT State Community College. The nice part about this is the first time that CT State will have an online resource to provide this information. The same goes with Charter Oak as well. So again, it helps with the clear transparency of how these courses are being used for transfer, and in the future, we will have opportunities to provide program requirements and how they're actually being applied to the program as well. Next slide. But the information available on this tool is only as good as the information that we provide, and that is why with the Transfer Council, there is a recommendation to move forward to regularly review the courses at CT State for articulation to our four-year institutions, so we have clear and transparent information as far as that goes also. Next slide. This is other work that is in progress. I'm not going to go through it one by one. I just want to point out the coordination of system-wide transfer events and communication. This is being headed up by Matt Fisher at the system office, who has been brought in a temporary role. We plan on bringing back the CSU virtual transfer fairs, providing videos for students for commonly asked questions, and providing regular schedule of training and transfer discussions that more and more people can engage in. time, I will pass it back to you.
Next slide. All right. So lastly, I want to acknowledge the incredible work that Steve, Matt, and Jen have accomplished in a year. Obviously, Steve, more than just this past year. The success of this board priority is only limited by the 2 temporary hires and the 1 full-time staff member who are shouldering this work. The STEP pilot was a resounding success. The plan to transfer campaign will begin to shift student mindset to proactive rather than reactive transfer planning. When Matt and Jen's contracts end, so too will those 2 initiatives. We need to move forward towards sustainable infrastructure to be able to maintain this success. I hope you are proud of the work that we have done with transfer, and we're all looking forward to the road ahead. Thank you.
Dr. Diamond. Questions from the regents?
Regent Casamino.
So when we think about students transferring to the 4-year, are we doing any work to see if a student transfers before they've achieved 30 credits to achieve an associate's degree, to also transfer credits they achieve at that 4-year, so they then can achieve the degree at the associate's level? So I noticed in your one of the slides, there was technology that kind of showed that work going back and forth. So that's one. The other is, this is a wonderful presentation, but I would be interested in seeing some data that kind of runs up to the policy change. So then we can see the progress that's being made over time. And I know progress is sometimes small chunks, but nevertheless, it would allow us to appreciate if progress is being achieved equally everywhere, or if there are opportunities or particular successes that could be leveraged learnings for other campuses. So 2 questions. Thank you.
So I do know that President Maduko and Provost Heineck and their teams at CT State are looking at the reverse transfer policy and trying to come up with a better way on doing that. There has been a policy in place for years, but we're trying to develop a better way to get the information of the students that are eligible for that, and then see what are the ways to better, to really streamline the process for the reverse transfer process. And then as far as data, absolutely. That is one thing that we definitely need to work on as far as data for transfer. A lot of it is lagging as far as what we can track, but we're going to be adjusting that with the Transfer Council next year as far as what we could do, especially with STEP. Now that we know these students, we're able to maybe take a sample and follow them through to completion of bachelor's.
Regent James.
Thank you. I think this is very thorough, and I'm really happy to see the amount of analysis and consideration that has gone into the transfer policy. We're making headway. I do want to point out, you talk about trying to identify students fairly early in their career as to whether they want to transfer. We have a very large segment of our student population that are first generation college students. So this will then need to be connected to the advising capacity, either further downstream, because many students will come in not knowing what their options are, because they may have very narrow perspectives in terms of academic programs. So there might be some stage later where they didn't know they were thinking about a transfer, because they don't discover that until later in their academic career. So I commend you on where we are, but every improvement then leads to another challenge of how we go further downstream. But thank you for this.
To address that very quickly, absolutely. Steve and I talk all the time about how transfer touches not just a transfer advisor, it touches so many surround supports that are needed. And in particular, the STEP plan that we talked about really pushes that identification incredibly early to focus on students that may not know what that plan is, don't even know the options that are ahead of them. So thank you.
I have a question. Uh, Could you explain to me what the 7% goal is by 2030? I don't understand
Yeah.
what that means.
So the 7% came from our affiliation with NASH, the National Association of Heads of Systems, Higher Education Systems. They changed their acronym. And we spent a year of working on their NICs, their transfer communities, and where we brought together members throughout the system. And what we came up with, and this is nationally vetted ideas about what is an achievable goal. So that's 7%. And a lot of people say, well, why don't we say 100%? Because the idea is as we are tracking this and moving transfer forward, we want to say, okay, by 2030, we want to achieve from where we are right now at the baseline, a 7% increase in student transfer. Yes, that seems very low, but as we are at an incremental level, we will be able to achieve that and exceed it. So we can always change that percentile, but we don't want to come out and say we're going to have 100% transfer rates, because then when you don't hit it, everyone becomes discouraged. So it was agreed upon through national data to set it at 7% for now.
Yeah, it seems like a interesting number, maybe homogenized around the country, but the number that jumped out at me is you surveyed 255 CT state students and 80% said they wanted to transfer and 49% said they want to stay in the system. So my calculus is focused on that 49%, whatever that universe is, to Juanita's point, to share and care around this strategy. So the 7% is interesting, but I don't know if I should congratulate somebody or try and help somebody if they hit 7%. But the 49% of the people that want to stay, I think these are the people in front of us. And the more we can understand how to help them, that's the number that I'd want to work on. But it as an alternative perspective. Yep.
So I want to just, we've been working on this for a long time, right? Dr. Diamond and Steve and the team. Transfer in this system has not been a part of the DNA. You look at systems such as State University of New York or the City University of New York, even in California, where you have a separate community college system and a separate Cal State system, transfer is part of the DNA. It is not. It has not been part of the DNA here. And to be very honest, the system has suffered because of it. So this administration has worked very hard, as you can see, through the multiple initiatives. And I give Dr. Diamond and Steve Marcellinus a great deal of credit for driving on so many different angles. I think you're exactly right, Chair Gui, that we have to look at those 49% and keep them. They want to stay here. The work that is happening now is going to do that. I'm looking at some data from back in fall of 2021. It seems, according to this data, that a large majority of our transfer students will actually transfer before they receive their associate's degree from CT State. Okay, so that's number one that we need to note. Number two, when we look at the percentages, and this is according to fall of 2021 data, so we would probably want to refresh this, 38% of those students that transfer without an associate's degree from the community colleges are choosing to go to other four-year institutions outside of CSCU. That does not include UConn. That's other. 14% are choosing to go to UConn, and 38% are choosing to go somewhere else. When we saw this data, the alarm bells were, 5-alarm fire, right? And so I really give the team here so much credit for addressing this. I'm going to end this bit of a soliloquy on a positive note. Looking at some of the current data tracking where we are right now to where we were last year, we are already looking at about 7% higher in transfer enrollment at our CSUs for this coming fall. So maybe bump it up to 9%. I don't know. I mean, whatever it might be. But whatever you're doing, it's working, right? But there's much higher to go. because like Chair Gui said, let's really lock in on those 49% that want to stay, but stay the course. It's a really good one.
And I would just add one comment, but go ahead, Regent Casamento.
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but in the last legislative session, the Finish Line Scholarship program should be a helpful tool in guiding students through the transfer to a 4-year in the system. Again, I don't have the exact numbers. I'm sure someone has that number off the top of their head. But like any other scholarship program, right, you have to start somewhere and see what the supply and the demand is for this.
Great job in this. I would only add is if we could find out if people are running from something or running to something. Because what we can do on the back end of that moment is strengthen where we are, not just where we're going. And we also want to re-strengthen something that's very attractive too. So it's an opportunity to understand motive, not just action, but great job.
I have 2 comments to make, or 3 comments to make. One is when I joined the board 3 years ago, I was startled to see what the transfer situation was. It was more difficult to transfer from CT State to one of our universities than it was to transfer to any number of outside universities. And I think this process has addressed some of that. T-Rex, the Transfer Explorer, which is affectionately known as T-Rex, and is usually pictured with a dinosaur, is something I have worked with in a prior life. It is a very powerful tool that enables students to see early on the course they take at the community college, how that will transfer to any of the senior colleges in the programs they're interested in. These are very powerful tools. These are tools that our advisors can use with the students, and the whole culture of transfer, I think, thanks to the chancellor and the staff in this period, has changed from students, CT State students, looking to transfer elsewhere to looking to transfer within the system. The percentage of students when I started transfer from CT State to a senior college in CSCU was tiny compared to what it should be. So I think this is there are a number of things here that are really, I think, addressing this. And I want to also point out the connection between the dual and concurrent enrollment and Transfer Explorer. These policies have made it easier and faster for students to progress to their degrees and make it more affordable. We don't want the students to make missteps in the courses they choose. These tools enable them to make better choices with the guidance of their advisors. So I think this is, I second what the Chancellor said. We have come a long way in this area since I joined the board, and we have, as Dr. Diamond said, a ways to go. I mean, this is an ongoing process, but I think it's going in the right direction to support the students completing their education. So there are connections between a number of the items that we have considered today in assisting student progress. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concludes my report, by the way.
Thank you so kindly for the brevity. We appreciate that. As always, an excellent job, Regent Bloom. You are one of the highlights of the meeting, and because what your committee does has frontline impact. So Ainsley and Steve, thank you for your hard work and effort and your accomplishments. This is a journey without end. So congratulations. There's more to do. Committee Chair Wright, I understand you don't have a report this month. Thank you so kindly. Finance and Infrastructure Chair Rich Balducci, I understand you have a report and also 4 items requiring action as part of a presentation. We'll also hear from our institution presidents. Chair Balducci.
Mr. Chairman, and I'll make up for Elisa's not having a report. The Finance Committee met twice, once last Wednesday on the 18th, and the second time was yesterday. It was rather extensive and involved several programs consisting of 2 new programs, which are pilot programs, and the Board of Regents budget. There are 4 action items today that members will have an opportunity to vote on. One deals with the Charter Oak pilot program, one deals with the Central Connecticut pilot program, and then, of course, the state budget. And at this time, I would like to call on our attorney, Karen Buffkin, to explain first the Charter Oak program, and we will take a vote on after the explanation and questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Balducci. The Charter Oak resolution before you for the Charter Oak pilot program is the result of an agreement between Charter Oak and AFSCME as a statewide bargaining unit for state employees to provide for a tuition discount to members of AFSCME who enroll at Charter Oak. The discount is a 24% discount off of the published tuition, and there is a resolution before you to approve that discount, along with a requirement that the success of the program be tracked, or the enrollment in the program from AFSCME members be tracked, and a report come out of that. In addition, we will be working with the CFOs and the presidents to look at these programs writ large at the request of the Board of Regents, excuse me, and to report back in January on those findings.
Thank you. As was just noted, it's a pilot program. We're not certain of a couple of issues here, numbers, cost, et cetera, but it is a 1-year pilot program. We'll know better at the end of the year whether it should continue, not continue, expand, whatever is necessary. So with that, I would make a motion for adoption of the resolution for Charter Oak. Is there a second? Motion made and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the ayes have it. Thank you. That resolution is completed. Thank you very much. And now, Karen, if you would discuss the Central Connecticut pilot program.
Certainly, again, thank you. The second resolution that is before you today involves an agreement between Central Connecticut State University and the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance. As a result of that agreement, which is a 1-year agreement, there are scholarship dollars that are being provided to individuals who work for Connecticut's nonprofits who enroll at Central. In addition, a 5% tuition discount off of the current tuition rates at Central Connecticut State University. Again, it is a 1-year agreement, a pilot program with similar reporting requirements as noted in the Charter Oak item.
Thank you again for that, Karen, and the similar comments, 1-year pilot, et cetera. Hopefully it's something that works well for Central Connecticut State University. Any comments or questions by members?
Yep, I have a question for Dr. Toro. Dr. Toro, appreciate your hard work in this. What is your expectation of what will happen in terms of, obviously there was a demand or a need or an inquiry. What do you think next year will look like when we look back on this?
Based on an agreement that we have in place and which has been in place for a number of years. And Charlene is familiar with this agreement because it was established when she was part of our team. But currently that agreement is with UTC. And we make intuition from that agreement on an annual basis close to $250,000, while the discount for that agreement, which is 5% as well, is $13,000. So we make almost $250,000, and we are investing $13,000. So the return on that is investment, and as you can see, is extremely high. So we are expecting numbers around those.
Other comments by the members? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda deals with our budget. And at this point, I'd like to turn that over to Dr. Blanchard for discussion and comment. Dr. Blanchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Regents. So each June, we meet here to seek your approval for the FY26 or the coming year's spending plan. So for FY26 spending plans, FY26 begins on Tuesday. So your approval will allow us to operate as we normally do, but within the context this time of the new strategic framework of the board. And we'll cover that as we walk through. So this will be a little bit of a long presentation, but I'll try to shorten it with the value proposition slides and the fiscal review slides, because the strategic framework slides, we're going to want to have the presidents address their strategic efforts when we get to those particular slides. Those strategic efforts are what drive the budget requests that we present to you today. So those are connected. So the value proposition starts with the fact that our system serves 77,676 students. And that represents about 40% of all Connecticut college and university students across the state. We serve twice as many students as UConn, 5 times as many students as Yale, and our service of students is equal to all other private institutions in the state, all other private institutions besides Yale. So we certainly serve a large number of our students in the state. Our faculty award almost 14,000 degrees each year, which comprises 60% of all degrees awarded by public institutions here in Connecticut. So CSEU is truly the state's workforce engine and worthy of investment. Return on investment that students make is tremendous. I show this slide just to remind the regents, the state, the citizens of the state, as well as the students themselves, of the tremendous return that they can expect in their career in going to one of the CSEU institutions. Those returns range from $1.5 million to $2 million over a 40-year career. This is a tremendous return for any student who chooses to take on college or university study at one of our institutions. Indeed, some of the best economic research suggests that the full ROI, the ROI I'm showing you here, is only the economic ROI to students, the private economic returns. But the research shows that there's more returns. The benefits of higher education accrue to the state in general, accrue to non-market returns as well as to market returns. So that research suggests that in total, the returns to investment in education, and in this way I mean both the state investment as well as the student investment, can exceed 14% and as high as 18%. These kind of returns are hard to find on Wall Street. This suggests that across the nation, higher education is underinvested in. And I would appeal to the regents and the state to consider additional investment into CSEU given these returns. However, that same research that suggests the massive returns to higher education, that same research also points to the costs of education. Over the past 40 years, the cost of education have quadrupled across the nation. But median salaries, median household incomes have only doubled over those 4 years. So clearly, households across the nation who are trying to send their kids to college are feeling the pinch of the cost of higher education. Despite the large returns that await them, we still need to get them in the door given the challenges we have with costs. So it's for that reason that we continue to work to mitigate our expenditures. And so that you'll see here over the last biennium and beginning with the next biennium, we are mitigating a tremendous amount you'll see that we've reduced expenditures by $17.5 million in FY24, $47.7 million expenditure reduction in FY25, and we plan further expenditure reductions as we move forward in the biennium. This slide shows the budget trends that we've experienced since FY13. You could see to the left of that line, that dotted line is at FY20, marking the pandemic. Before the pandemic, the budgets, the revenues and expenditures were pretty consistent and pretty predictable. However, after the pandemic, you'll see how the blue and the orange lines separate. It created a little bit of chaos in our fisc. And so you'll see how that was the result of the pandemic, where expenditures went down and were only supported by additional one-time funds, both from the state and from the federal government. That spike that you see at FY23 includes those one-time funds as well as the 27th payroll and additional bonuses that were paid in that particular year that exceeded other years. So you'll see since that height in FY23, we face both declines in expenditures as well as declines in revenues, largely as a result of the fringe policy change that was executed in FY24 and the expiration of the one-time funds. That is mainly the result, that's what leads to this gap that we're showing between expenditures and revenues of about $140 million. So you'll see that before the pandemic, revenues and expenditures grew at a steady rate of about 3.4 to 3.6%. However, after, revenues fell by 1.2%, while expenditures grew by a mere 0.5%, despite the fact that we face anywhere from 4.5 to 5.5% increases in wage. Slide shows the enrollment trends for our universities. And you'll see in the table to the left, before the pandemic, our universities were facing modest declines ranging from 1 to 1.5%. However, after the pandemic, those declines accelerated for each of our institutions except for Southern. It actually slowed down for Southern, and that's a good sign for that institution. It shows the enrollment trends for our colleges. And you'll see 3 lines. 2 lines are for CT State. The blue line is for the credit enrollments at CT State, and the green line is for the non-credit enrollments at CT State. And you can see how those enrollments changed before and after the pandemic. It's the non-credit enrollments that have declined faster after the pandemic than before. But their credit enrollments are improving, or at least are declining less so after the pandemic.
Lloyd, if you put this on a logarithmic scale, Charter Oak would be going right up the top of the chart, right?
Yes, sir. The scale here is driven by the large institution that is CT
The linear scale, yeah, it's a linear scale.
That's right. So it does show that Charter Oak is growing, both modestly before the pandemic and more aggressively afterward. And we're very excited about that. In terms of the history of our revenue sources, going back to FY10, this shows that revenue, before the pandemic, revenue grew by 3.4%. After the pandemic, revenue fell by 1.2%. You'll see that after the pandemic, our student revenues grew by only 0.7%, while state support fell by 3.4%. The falling of state support, as I mentioned earlier, comes mainly from the expiration of the one-time funds, as well as the revenue tied to the fringe after the fringe policy change. These are the trends that we face. You'll see the line, the dotted line that goes from FY19 to FY26. It shows that since before the pandemic, we are spending less. We are spending less than 6 years ago now. So we will continue down that path, even as we face cost inflation pressures. For expenditures, you'll see that expenditures grew by 3.6% before the pandemic, but only by 0.5% afterward. Again, the fact that expenditures are growing by only 0.5% when we face inflationary costs that can exceed 5% for personnel suggests that we are cutting our costs just to absorb those inflationary pressures. And you can see that the greatest of those inflationary pressures looking at the sub-bullets, were fringe. Before the pandemic, fringe was growing at 9.8% per year. It was something I complained about a lot. After the fringe policy change in FY24, we face fewer fringe costs. Yet the fringe costs that we do bear continue to increase mainly because of inflation in medical costs. These are the fringe costs that the policy gave to the institutions to bear. This slide shows other expenses, meaning non-personnel expenses. And one of the things I wanted to emphasize here with this slide is the cost of facilities. How much operating expenses we are pouring into our facilities that should be covered by bond dollars. So that amount is increasing by 50% just since FY20. We're spending 16.7% more than we were in FY20 on facilities using our operating dollars. We need to find a way to get the dollars that have already been approved by the General Assembly. We need to get those allocated so that we can support our facilities all across all across the state. You'll see that food service costs increase pretty aggressively. That's been true for some time now. IT costs have increased, not as aggressively, and we are doing our best to control those costs. And then, of course, services, whether they are educational services, legal services, ongoing services, all kinds of services that we use, those costs are also increasing, but more modestly. This slide shows the reserves that we currently have in our possession, institution by institution. And the color coding shows the color coding based on the most recent policy passed by this board last month. You'll see that Central, colored green, suggests that they have about 59 days worth of current reserves, and that is within the bounds of the policy. The policy suggesting that those current reserves should not go below 30 days worth or above 90 days worth. So you see Eastern, Southern, and Western Connecticut State Universities are below the 30-day threshold based on the new policy. And CT State and Charter Oak are above that threshold based on the current policy. And so we will seek, based on that policy, we will seek explanations and plans for how those below the threshold will get themselves back up to the 30-day threshold, and also plans on how those above the 90-day threshold will reduce their reserves strategically to get within the bounds of the. Now you'll see that System Office is sitting on about $129 million of reserves, and this slide here will show you how we propose to use the System Office reserves. You'll see in the first column designated UNP. UNP is the unrestricted net position. It's what we call reserves. You'll see that $89 million sits in that account. That is almost all debt service fund. There's a small amount that's for accrued compensated absences, but almost all of that $89.2 million is reserved for debt service fund. So we propose to provide debt relief to the universities in the amount of $28.3 billion. The other column showing undesignated UMP, we show $39.9 million, which is more flexible reserves held by System Office. And we are proposing to use $39 million of that almost $40 million in reserves. We are proposing to use $21 million for additional institutional support, $15 million for our migration to Banner SAS, and $3 million for financial aid, leaving a mere $900,000 in reserves for undesignated UMP. But clearly, on the designated side, we would leave $60 million for debt service. That equates to about 2 times debt coverage, recognizing also that there's another one-time debt coverage in the SCARF account, the Special Capital Reserve Fund, which is held by CHIFA. Yes, sir.
So to be real clear on this, we have 3 times covered.
That's correct.
Is that prudent?
It's more than prudent.
Right. So there's an opportunity here to discover ways to move money where it's needed.
Absolutely, sir. But
Okay.
we are restricted in our use of the debt service funds. So if
For
we
now.
use them for debt, to buy down our debt more or to use them for capital improvements, that
Okay.
usage would be allowed.
For summer project.
And we're also talking about $3 million for scholarship or financial aid to students, which is the reason we're here. We're here to get the best bang for the buck for our students, and helping them with the financial aid. $3 million, I think, is prudent and wisely spent dollars as we move forward.
Regent Casamento has a question.
Statement. So we continue to talk about improvements that are needed to CSU facilities. These funds are accumulated based on a fee that the students at the universities are paying, which is why the universities are receiving relief. But as I took a tour of Western with Dr. Toro's team, and there were several opportunities for improvement in those auxiliary buildings. So I just want to highlight that while I appreciate the debt relief, I'm more interested in understanding how these resources that have been accumulated will be brought to bear to make the much needed improvements that are needed to the auxiliary buildings, because that is the funding source for it. And so we certainly can figure out 4,000 other ways to spend it or to provide relief. But at the end of the day, the students, certainly deserve to have improvements to those auxiliary buildings. And I hate for us to look back a year or two from now and say, now we can't afford to do bond sales or service debt that would have been used for the auxiliary buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree.
And we're going to be voting separately, by the way, on the debt service issue, which will follow this. So yes, but again, our purpose for being here, Mr. Chairman, is a solid education, best bang for the buck, and wherever we can help our students, and hopefully it's something I've been striving for and talking to Lloyd about, is the $3 million that we're talking about to use for scholarships or financial aid.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this slide shows, it reminds you of your own strategic framework, the ACT framework that was alluded to earlier by Dr. Diamond. I wanted to remind the regents that this is the framework that guides the requests that the institutions make to support and implement the framework at their respective institutions. These are the 9 goals approved by this board, and these are the 9 goals that drive institutional strategic efforts. So at this point, what I'd like to do is invite our presidents to speak to each of their strategic efforts for their institutions, starting with President Toro, the president of Central Connecticut State University.
Before, I would just ask, I know there are 9, and I know you're going to speak to it, but we're going to hear from everyone. Hopefully they will be done in a timely fashion. We'll keep it to within, 5 to 10 minutes. And I know you're capable of that, Dr. Toro.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Regent Balducci. I will start by saying that Central is a 10,000 student institution. And let me also say that the title of that table is wrong. It's wrong because, yes, those are examples of strategic activities, only examples, because we have a very extensive plan for each one of the goals. But the part that says that President Toro is actively engaged in, that's wrong. That's wrong because that responds to the way the question was asked by Dr. Blanchard. But at Central, this type of work is teamwork. And I am so proud of the faculty, the staff, and the administration that is in those individuals that are involved in this type of work. It's the only way to support student success. When everyone sees their role in student success and can contribute to each one of these 3 pillars of the ACT framework. So I want to make it clear, it's only possible because of the teamwork we have. It's true that I am involved as well as the provost, because we find ourselves to be part of the team. And it's the way we have been successful. People may say that I am involved in the weeds. Yes, I may be involved in the weeds because I share the Enrollment Management Council that meets twice a month, and it's where the very important deliberations happen regarding pension, regarding recruitment, and therefore accessibility, completion, and talent. But this work is also being led by the provost and faculty. The provost has a number of task forces, including the dual and concurrent enrollment task force, and we work closely with the faculty. And I have to say that sometimes I show up to meetings because, as you know, I am outspoken and I like to make my recommendations known and have academic debates with the faculty and with the staff. And that is what I think makes us successful. The fact that I am not going to shy away from a good academic debate. Continue to do that while I am alive. The other thing that I want to say is that Central has been doing this work, I guess, for 175 years. That's how long we have been around, because we have been educating the working class of the state for 175 years. We have been producing the workforce that this state needs for that long. Workforce development is not new to us. Yes, we may be educating people and producing the workforce that is needed in a different way, because we educate them for the first job or the immediate career, but also for lifelong learning based on the liberal art foundations that we provide our graduates. And finally, and I think that it was mentioned before, we have been engaged in early college for many, many years. Yes, we have been developing more of that recently, but we have been around in that space for a long time. And given that Regent Balducci doesn't want me to cover the 9 goals, I am not going to cover all of them. I am going to speak only to some of them. And let me speak to goal number 1, and specifically to what we are doing in the area of veteran recruitment and retention. We will be back to the board because we need your approval for a waiver that currently is in place only for fall and spring, and we need that waiver for also winter and summer in such a way that we can support better our veterans. The other thing that I want to say is that we are very committed, not only to the city of New Britain, but also to Hartford. And we have very important partnerships in Hartford as we speak to expand the access we provide to the citizens of Hartford. We are in a very strong partnership with the Hartford Youth Scholars and the Junior Achievement Organization serving the Hartford area. Let me just talk briefly about what we are doing with the school district in New Britain, because we think it's very, and that's the second goal, is very innovative. We are developing a program that will allow their students to be involved with us since middle school. And starting in 10th grade, they will be able to start their college career by concurrent and dual enrollment. The other components that are very important to that program are applied learning, because we are offering the same opportunities for applied learning that we offer our students, but also the college experience, because the students are taking classes at Central and they are experiencing that environment in such a way that they can not only make progress toward a college degree, but the transition to college will be smoother. Let me just mention something about goal number 3 and the concurrent dual enrollment. This year was particularly busy for us in that arena because we increased the number of dual and concurrent enrollment courses by 23%. Now we have 151 of those courses, but we increased the number of students participating in dual and concurrent enrollment by 137%. We went from 482 students to 1,141, and that will continue. Something else we are doing with concurrent and dual enrollment, we want the students to come to us with an advanced status or standing in such a way that won't be only one course. It will be a sequence of courses in such a way that they can come to us either as a sophomore or an advanced freshman. The other thing that I will say is that as it relates to goal number 6, we continue to work on something that to me is very important, and is a program of joint admissions between Central and City State Community College. We have been trying to do that for a number of years, and hopefully this coming year will be a success. But that is extremely important for us, and that is related to goal number 6. The last thing I am going to say is that in terms of talent, we continue to expand our partnership with employers and so forth. But what is important for us is to be able to facilitate at least 2 applied learning or experiential learning opportunities for every student at Central before they graduate. And to help with that, we are implementing also 2 tools, technology tools that are helping us track that, and is the Central Pulse. That tool will allow us to know exactly when and how the students are involved with community engagement efforts. And the other tool that we are implementing is the comprehensive learner records. That allows every student to document their learning inside and outside of the classroom, and it will be with them for all their lives. That means that while they advance in their careers, they will be able to document that progress using that tool. Again, a lot of good work is going on at Central, and I have to publicly recognize the faculty and the staff that are contributing to this success. They are my heroes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Toro. President Ismaili.
Promise I'll be very brief. Thank you and good morning. 1 year ago, I attended my first Board of Regents meeting. Besides the occasional verbal response of present or here, this is the first opportunity I've had to address the board, and I hope it isn't the last opportunity. Please don't construe this as a partisan comment, because it is not meant to be one. Higher education, whether public or private, is under attack, and in my estimation, we're losing the battle in Connecticut and across the nation. As I stated in my inauguration address in April, we need to assert the value of what we do confidently and unapologetically. That does not get communicated on slides that are the product of a scrambled exercise rather than a meaningful dialogue on what really matters. You can all read the Eastern slide, and I can tell you that if you read it, you'll see that we're doing a lot. You can also see the caveat there that any activities that we do, and I'll just reinforce what President Toro said, is the product of a lot of work, shared governance, constituents. We can't just put on here, this is something we're doing, unless we're actually working with people to ensure that that will be done. So at Eastern, what I want you to know about ACT and what I want you to take from this is that we are committed to doing everything we can to deepen our commitment to providing students with the best chance to access an affordable, exceptional education and developmental experience, ensure that those students progress and complete their degrees, and set those students up for postgraduate success. But I would be remiss if I did not say that the deficit mitigation exercises that have been a constant theme of CSCU over the past few years have made this increasingly difficult. At Eastern, we have a depleted faculty and staff. They are doing the best that they can under challenging circumstances. They are the heroes in this story, and my job as president is to say here for the first time that we need a sustained investment to help realize ACT's full potential. Several regions have visited Eastern over the past year. Thank you for coming. I'm confident in saying that what you experience is a unique Connecticut institution, a gem of a university that is fortunate to be woven into the fabric of the region. We are a public good. For example, our Center for Community Engagement not only provides students with experiential and service opportunities that transforms them, it sustains businesses, nonprofits, and advocacy groups. Many cannot function without our students. Eastern is the only primarily residential state university. 90% of our first-year students live on campus. Think about what that means for our operations, staff, and faculty needs. Eastern is the only state university that draws students from virtually every town in the state, and we are pivoting to broaden the student populations we serve, but our undergraduate students are of traditional age. That's our population. That's 18 to 22. They are incredible students, and many of their parents are alums. But the most special feature of Eastern is that we are the public liberal arts university of Connecticut. Eastern will be leaning into that special designation because of what the liberal arts represent in a society and nation that is defined by discord and speed. We want our students to slow down, reflect, make connections, build relationships, become their authentic selves, recognize that diversity is a strength, and become engaged in what matters to them and to our nation. We have a core curriculum, the Eastern Liberal Arts Core, ELAC, that you can compare to any public or private liberal arts core. I challenge you to do that. It aspires for every student to develop the skills that will help them in life: critical thinking, communication, creativity, quantitative literacy, and ethical reasoning. Our core courses have high impact practices like undergraduate research, service learning, internships, and field experiences embedded within them. And we focus on employment, career, and everything else this state would hope for. Eastern is a proud member of COPLAG, the Council of Public Liberal Arts Universities, an organization that shares best practices and is focused on student success. Eastern is proud to be part of CSU, and I'm proud to be the president of a university that works extremely hard to fulfill its mission every day. Visit us and let our community help bring the slide to life. Come and see our faculty, staff, and students in action. I guarantee that this will be an affirmation that what we provide is of value way beyond the narrowly framed definitions of ROI. What we provide, I want to stress, is not easily measured, easily measured, but is hugely powerful. So that's what I wanted to say. I want to just take 1 second to publicly thank Chancellor Cheng for his support and encouragement over the past year, and along with the search committee for providing me with an incredible opportunity to be the leader and president of Eastern. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
President Ismaili. And now representing Southern is CFO Wanjagi.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor to represent my campus before you all, so thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to highlight just some of the activities that the budget before you for FY26 represents the priorities that are really important to our campus. Lots of great things are happening. And my colleagues. Just examples of some of those, for example, when it comes to ability, really looking at.
Speaker on?
All right. Is that better? That's very loud. All right. My apologies. So just sharing a few of the things that are budget priorities for us on the spending plan that's been presented to you. So I'm not going to read all of the items in the best interest of time, but I will spotlight a few items that we're really proud of that work. For example, in working to represent diverse students, we are looking at reclassifying, for example, when winter sessions and summer sessions occur, to allow flexibility of veterans' use of the GI Bill. So that will expand that population on our campus, expanding the learning opportunities that we already have, online, evenings, weekends, to allow different profile students to be able to enroll and increase that enrollment. Being able to expand the partnerships with the K-12. We had lots of great information on our dual and concurrent information. This is a population for us at Southern that's growing exponentially. We are on par to meet and exceed planned expectations this fall and continue to really see some growth in that area. In terms of affordability, for example, our contract with our bookstore vendor for our students, affordability is something that we think about. And if you all have college students, or talk about what it costs to for those resources, so really exploring opportunities to adopt open education resources to help reduce some of those costs for our students. So those are all on tap for us. Lots of work, of course, on the retention of our students. We are planning some, piloting some retention grants to help reduce some of the financial barriers as we continue to see students with greater need on our campus. We are increasing student engagement and student support services to really, again, attend to the completion goal. We want to implement innovative pedagogical and curricular approaches that help reduce the time to degree, which of course is a benefit to our students, and reduce the time to degree. So this includes things like increasing transparency of prerequisites and requirements for degrees, so that our students fully understand what it would take to change majors or time to degree. So this is something that is in the works. Create flexible pathways for students to earn their credentials as they make progress towards degrees. So all of those are great things helping us to expedite that time to degree. From a talent perspective, we want to enhance our community and industry partnerships in support of applied learning for our students and for core curricular experiences within our academic programs. So increase internships, co-ops, and service learning opportunities for our students. We want to offer academic programs and educational experiences that lead to employment and advanced education. So creating opportunities for students to display their work, participate in research symposiums, and also be able to track, for example, career readiness for our students. Those are just some of the examples of the great things that are happening on our campus. I'll be happy to answer any specific questions. Any items not on the
presentation. I was curious, on goal number 6, it talks about exploring alternative credentialing routes and a credit evaluation system for prior learning. I guess I would be interested in, this is more of a general question for everyone, is that seems like a system that everybody would need across CSCU, all 6 of the organizations. I'm curious to what extent there is an opportunity to partner across the system, and maybe the other institutions already have it, and Southern is now catching up. But you know, I would be interested in learning more. I understand.
I'd like to make a comment on that. It's a good point. When I spoke to Chancellor about this a little bit ago, there are certain goals that each institution has went through their shared governance and through their stakeholders to develop all these 9 goals. But I would venture to say that some of these goals should be the same for every institution. Like if the state is going to ask us what our results are on dual enrollment, early college, concurrent enrollment, whatever that is, we need to report that to SDE as one number that everyone will have. So I think there are some goals here. I think there's an opportunity. I won't be too formulaic. There's an opportunity to have some common goal, a few across the 6. Maybe the regionals are so different from the CT state. There may be a common goal between the regionals. And then independent goals, because the institutions, what makes CSCU is really the 6 institutions. Those are the brands that we want to elevate going forward. They're unique value propositions. So those should have unique goals too. So there's a way to not have 54 goals here. There's probably an opportunity to have some goals that are common. Some are common between the regionals, and Charter Oak and CT State have different ones, and some are just unique. So I'd say that as a guideline.
Thank you for those comments. I concur there's opportunities for collaboration in this area. If you think about the adult students who stop out and attend some of those for-profit institutions away from our campuses, it is the credit for learning and life experiences that can really make a difference. One who stopped out a year or two and has lots of work experiences. So certainly I concur with your assessment.
Thank you, CFO Wanjagi. And now representing Western Connecticut State University is our incoming president, Jesse Bernal, speaking to us virtually. President Bernal. President Bernal, are you frozen? Are you muted? What's going on with Hold on one second, President. It looks like it's on. President Bernal, can you speak to us now? Okay, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to move forward, President Bernal. We'll come back to you. Let's see if we can get the tech fixed on that. In the meantime, I'm going to move forward and call on President Maduco to speak about strategic activities at CT State Community College.
Good afternoon, Regents and colleagues. John Medico, proud president of CT State. Regent Balducci, I will keep this brief, or I will try. CT State, we are a mission-driven, student-centered, equity-minded institution. And as the youngest of the CSCU institutions, we proudly serve more than 65,000 students annually. We lead the state in producing more registered nurses, allied health professionals, early childhood educators, and IT and manufacturing professionals as well. The slide in front of you is only a snapshot of the efforts led by a tremendous collection of faculty, staff, and leaders across our many locations. Next Tuesday, July 1st, will be CT State's 3rd birthday as the Unified Community College, and we're excited for the upcoming new chapter for CT State. Many thanks to our institutional leaders, our college senate that really drives our governance to help us both socialize and align our goals with that in partnership with our many constituents across our campuses. So in front of you, like I mentioned, is a snapshot, but with goal 1, increasing diversity of our students. We believe and we know that CT State, our students reflect the rich diversity of Connecticut. And one of our goals is to stand up our satellite campus in Danbury as a standalone campus, and pairing that with our Housatonic campus under one campus president. Danbury is the fastest growing and most diverse community in the state, and we definitely want to feed into that. And knowing that we have our sibling institution of WestCon, there's a lot of synergy and opportunities ahead of us. With our Danbury location, we will invest in this upcoming year critical resources to ensure that and the facilities align with the needs of students. So new positions like a campus advising lead to disability coordinators, to IT professionals, to student activity directors are a handful of positions, 8 to be exact, that we will add to Danbury campus in this additionally, equity and diversity remains at our core principles and values, and we continue to leverage campus climate assessments to ensure that we're building a sense of belonging across all of our locations, ensuring that the resources and supports align with the many underrepresented and underserved students, not limited to factors like gender, race, ethnicity. Goal number 2, expanding K-12 partnerships. Expanding dual enrollment has been a strategic priority for CT State for 3 years and will continue to do so. We are pleased that the board has passed and adopted the CSCU policy on dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment. And this will allow CT State to implement an updated dual and concurrent enrollment policy. We currently serve 5,000 K-12 students, and we want to double that number. Right? We want to double that number because we know that early college experiences are the gateway to not only K-12 success, but ultimately higher education success. Last week on June 18th at Gateway, our CT State Gateway, brought together all of our dual and concurrent enrollment student leaders. We're beginning to implement mandatory student orientations. Want to ensure that we are aligned with our K-12 partners, with our students, with our faculty, to ensure that we are investing in the success of our students, and we'll continue to host regional dual enrollment summits across the state to continue to engage with in terms of enhancing, I also want to give a huge shout out to the State Department of Education. We were awarded a $1 million grant to help us expand our dual and concurrent enrollment efforts in terms of the infrastructure, the policy and procedures, and SDE has been a significant partner with us. Goal 3 is enhancing affordability. We are already the most affordable institution of higher education here in Connecticut, but we know we can do more. And Regent Balducci, I know that you're always pushing for all of us to increase affordability. In the upcoming fiscal year, we have set aside $500,000 to provide rideshare subsidies. So we're finalizing a partnership with Uber. This partnership will be launched in this upcoming academic year to cost of rideshares. Many of our campuses, even though they are near bus lines, it doesn't mean that the bus lines are accessible to our students. And often the bus lines, the last bus ends at 8 o'clock, ends at 9 o'clock, and we still have students on our campuses. So this is going to be a huge opportunity to not only drive the affordability, but also not just to our campuses, but our students also need to get to their internship jobs, medical appointments, and what have you. Goal number 4 is providing services to improve outcomes. As of now, CT State leads all community colleges in New England in student retention. So we are ranked number 1 with a 68% retention rate. We can do better. We're proud that, we're beating the other community colleges in New England. In our upcoming budget, we will set aside $1.2 million to expand our current services, to expand classroom supplies, and support the outcomes of our students. We were actively working with our faculty and staff. They hear their pain points, hear their frustration. So we adopted a new budget process to ensure that the resources are getting to our faculty, getting to our frontline employees so they can do a better job supporting our students. Goal number 5 is implementing innovative approaches that reduce time to credential. CT State will continue to examine and enhance our current schedule of classes. We are committed to offering year-round courses. We feel that students should be able to enroll at CT State year-round. We want to offer more 7-week courses that are accelerated to give students the ability to complete their credentials and courses study faster and transfer to our CSCU institutions. And then lastly, expanding our partnerships with dual and concurrent enrollment. That our coursework is helpful to high school students to help them complete their studies at high school. Goal number 6 is creating flexible pathways to credentials. We have adopted a 4-school model that will be led by 4 school deans. And this will enhance our ability to create pathways, both credit and non-credit, aligned by school that really align with career clusters and pathways with the workforce demands we see here. Additionally, we will be launching our LPN program at Quinebaug Valley, this academic year, and we'll be replicating the LPN program across many of our campuses to help meet the healthcare needs. Goal number 7 is enhancing partnerships to support experiential learning. Last week, we had an event at our CT State Norwalk campus in partnership with the Fairfield County Foundation and Nuvance/Northwell Health to really stand up our healthcare careers pathways and a youth initiative health pilot, both at our CT State Norwalk campus and our CT State Housatonic campus. So this philanthropic public-private partnership will allow us to truly build a healthcare, feed and support the healthcare workforce shortages, partnering with a phenomenal and reputable healthcare system like Nuvance Health, and really ensure that our students are getting the skills, staying employed, and supporting our communities. Goal number 8, offer programs and experiences that lead to employment and advancement. We launched and opened our Advanced Manufacturing Center at Tunx's. We've added instructors, we're building schedules, and we look forward to offering advanced manufacturing courses and programs in Central Connecticut to meet those needs. Additionally, we will be replicating our surgical technology program, adding more faculty to meet the needs with our healthcare providers. And then it's not on this slide, but we have a phenomenal healthcare portfolio. Healthcare is one of our strategic priorities. And in the upcoming academic years, we'll be replicating our respiratory care program at Gateway, something that Yale New Haven Health has been seeking from us. You cannot be a respiratory care professional in Connecticut, at least in the public sector, without going through CT State. We're proud of that and continue to expand other programs. And last but not least, goal number 9 is to integrate essential attributes and professional skills into the curriculum. As you know, we continue to refine our general education programming through ACME. We continue to do work region Bloom. I know that's significant. And also with the general education policy that was adopted last year, we want to ensure that our students are ready, not just to succeed at CT State, but ultimately complete and transfer to our 4-year sibling institutions. And then lastly, I will just mention that our CT State's gone through a lot. The merger was impactful. In many ways, the merger was harmful. But our faculty and staff and students have been resilient. So that better days lie ahead for us. We have a strong team of leaders, and we have a stronger team of governance leaders across our many campuses that hold the administration accountable. So really just kudos and many thanks to the great individuals that represent Connecticut's community college. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, President Maduco. Next, we'll go to Charter Oak State College before we go back to Western Connecticut State. President Klonowski.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. I think I'll be the briefest of your presidents. I'm only going to talk about 4 of these 9 goals. I'm starting with goal number 3, which is enhance affordability, which is one of Charter Oak's trademarks. One of the ways we're trying to do this is with something like the AFSCME agreement that you just approved. We ask corporations to send their employees to us. It's enrollment in bunches, and it saves us the cost of acquisition, which at Charter Oak. 2018, we launched our CT tuition match with CT State, a program that's been growing, continuing to grow. Over the last 2 semesters, it grew 25% in the fall and almost 30% in the spring. So the 7% goal, Mr. Chair, we've exceeded it. And we're going to continue to exceed it. Huge area of growth for Charter Oak. We're big fans of CT State and their students, and we want them. Goal number 5, implement innovative approaches to reduce the time to credential. Again, this is one of Charter Oak's founding principles. What we've got going on here is a fast-track admission program from the undergraduate programs to our graduate programs, allows undergraduates to take 12 credits of graduate work as part of their undergraduate curriculum at the undergraduate price. That's phase 1. Phase 2, which we're looking at now, is auto-admitting our undergraduates into our graduate program. Again, to reduce friction between those two. Stole that idea from ASU. Goal number 6, which is create flexible pathways to credentials. We're working hard on this, and I want to define the word credential because it doesn't just mean degrees, it also means certificates and badges. So we wanted to do 2 of these, and we've already done them. We've got a Child Development Associate Certificate, and it's part of our early childhood degree programs, and the enrollment in the program is robust. And we have the Security Plus certificate as part of our cybersecurity degree. Goal here for Charter Oak is to have 1 or more of these industry credentials as part of almost every degree program we offer. We want students to leave here with the kind of skills that allow them to get the next job they're looking for. We also want students to come here for nothing but the credential. We're okay if they're already degreed and they need a credential skill. We'd be happy to provide that. Finally, goal 8, which is offer programs and experiences that lead to employment. We want 2 to 4 new programs a year. I'm happy to announce that for fall of 25, we have 3 new degree programs, BS in marketing, a BS in data analytics, and an MS in curriculum and instruction. And we plan 2 to 3 more for the fall of 26. That's my report. Happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
President Klinowski. Now we'll go back to incoming president of Western Connecticut State University, Jesse Bernal. President Bernal? You need to unmute your phone, sir. Still cannot hear you. Huh. So I'm sorry, President Bernal, we can't hear you. I don't know what the issue is, but we hear you now? I see you're trying to speak, but I'm sorry, we just are not hearing you. So with apologies, I want to move on with, if we can have Provost Segedis address the strategic activities for Western on your behalf. Provost Segedis?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can.
Okay, thank you. We've been texting back and forth with President Bernal, so I'm happy to fill in very briefly if that's good with the board. Similar to other comments, we have been engaged and continue to be engaged in many strategic activities, and what you see in front of you are a few of many activities that we're engaged in. So some of these all are priorities, but I also have some of the items that President Bernal wished to highlight. And we are. As we continue to commit to accessibility, we are looking at integrating and enhancing our strategic enrollment management plan. We are using new predictive student recruitment platforms, and we're looking very carefully, given our Hispanic serving institution status, to leverage that designation to seek for external supports as well and deepen our commitment to student success. With respect to completion, there are various areas and goals outlined there. We are investing in several technology and AI-driven tools. We are looking very carefully at capacity planning tools to enhance our efficiencies within our programs. Similarly, we're using the grade decision intelligence to help align our offerings of student needs with our capacity, but also new markets and areas to make sensible program development, program reconfigurations as we go forward. We're committed to a new retention plan that aims to increase our retention from 73 to close to 79%, more aligning it with CT meet averages over the next 5 years. And that again will also help capture and increase our enrollments to enhance our student success. Under talent, we have continued to look very carefully at new programs or reconfiguring programs to better meet students' needs. These are often, again, data-informed or market-tested. We're similarly looking at enhancing the amount of applied learning and internships. Our goal is to see whether we can do that in every major and make that very characteristic of a Western education, given so many of our regional partners, whether it's the Northwest Regional Workforce Board, We have other entities, Nuance hospitals, and other industries in our community that we can really leverage from. Again, we're committed to enhancing graduate programs as well, and an integrated new School of Graduate International and Career Studies was launched last year, which also connects, similar to some of the other institutions and President's comments today around talent development. President Bernal's words, which I really like, talent development is not just about jobs, it's about building lives, families, and communities, and we're really committed to that. We're looking forward to welcoming very soon President Bernal. I've been working very closely with him this past month. I'm very excited about his energy and commitment, and many of these goals will be refined or enhanced under his vision for the university, aligning it with the BOR goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost Segedis. And President-elect Bernal, I'm sorry we weren't able to hear from you today, but we certainly look forward to your presence in person at our next board meeting. Looking very forward to meeting you as well. So with that, I want to move forward to the numbers. And so, this slide shows the adopted appropriations. The first column shows our request of the governor. That totals $555 million. Yet the governor's recommendation to the General Assembly totaled $471 million. And you see how those are allocated across our institutions. The General Assembly eventually adopted a budget that was very close to the governor's recommendation, plus about $7 million. So we are thankful for the governor and the General Assembly for their support. We will continue to do our best to use those monies wisely. So system-wide, our spending plan calls for a spending of $1.2 billion, $1.25 billion. We are looking to use about $144 million worth of reserves to support some of the shortfalls from the expiration of the one-time funds. You can see that our revenues are down about $123 million. That's almost entirely due to the reduction of one-time funds. And so expenditures are up across the system about 7.4%. And so together with the utilization of these reserves, we expect to produce $3.5 million in revenue more than expenditures. For Central Connecticut State University, their revenues are expected to be down 4.6%, and their expenditures are expected to be up 3.9%. Again, these increases in expenditures are modest relative to the expected wage inflation we face every single year. Central is planning on using $10.6 million of their reserves, and they're projecting a $3.1 million surplus. And if there are any questions from the regions, please feel free to jump in. Our CFOs are available online and, of course, here in person to answer any questions that are particular to it. At Eastern Connecticut State University, we expect revenues to be down 5.8% and expenditures to be up almost 14%. That increase in expenditures has a lot to do with the use of their reserves to support capital projects and equipment, as well as $2 million to absorb scholarships and financial aid that were previously provided from external sources. And also $600,000 to absorb the cost of 4 nursing faculty and staff that were previously grant funded, and of course, 2 new nursing faculty to support their nursing program. Eastern is planning to use $25 million in reserves, and with that usage, they will bring their expenditures and revenues into balance. Southern Connecticut State expect revenues to be down 6.6% and expenditures to be up 1.1%. Again, these modest increases in expenditures belie the idea that we face increases in personnel costs that exceed that rate. So Southern expects to use $14 million of its reserves for FY26. Western expects revenues to be down 14%, and their expenditures are planned to be down 1%. Western continues to improve their fiscal picture, even as they plan to use $13 million worth of reserves. With that usage, they plan to achieve 435,000 more in revenue than expenditures. CT State Community College expects revenues to be down 15%, while their expenditures are planned to be up 13.7%. CT State Community College has experienced some surpluses over the past few years, so they plan to use, they plan to use $79 million of their $250 million plus reserves for operations in FY26. Charter Oak State College expects revenues to be down 3.6%, expenditures to be up 11.3%, and they plan to use $1.3 million of their reserves to fund new programs. As you saw with enrollments, Charter Oak is increasing with their enrollments, so that they are in investment mode is certainly appropriate. And for system office and shared services, we expect our revenues to be up modestly at 1.2%, expenditures up modestly at 2.1%. Our expenditures are up mainly because we've hired some new personnel here in system office. We have the new compliance office that we're building, partly as a result of new state law. And of course, we've hired a new general counsel. So we expect to equalize our expenditures and revenues here at system office. Mr. Chair, that's my report for today. I'm happy to take any questions from Regents.
Thank you, Lloyd. Yes, Charlene.
So I think this was brought up last week at the Finance Committee meeting. Each of the institutions, I think over the winter, was asked to put together a 5-year sustainability plan. Certainly there's leveraging of one-time reserves, but they are by definition one-time. So when will the board members be able to receive copies of these sustainability plans so we can appreciate how over time the strategic investments that are happening now will position the institutions to be in a more sustainable place where they don't have to rely on the one-time usage?
Well, we do have those plans. I'm waiting for some guidance from either the chair of the board or the new chancellor on how we distribute those plans to the regents. So I would expect it to be very soon if it is the wish of the board.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other comments? I would just like to say thank you to the governor, the legislature, and OPM for their support. I think this board now has shown that we're being more prudent in expending our dollars and watching and managing programs as we move forward, which is a positive thing, I think, for those folks that are concerned with how we are moving forward dollar-wise and experience-wise in programs. Are there any other questions before we vote this budget? We have one more item to vote on after this, debt service piece, but is there any more comments or questions by members? It's been a long...
Yeah, I have a quick comment.
There's also a hand up online.
Ari.
Oh, yes, Ari.
It's not me. I noticed that Professor Sasanker has her hand up.
Professor Sasanker.
I can't see.
Yeah, hi. I just appreciate the comments and you talking through the spending plan. But I just wanted to point out some things that I don't think were as clear in the presentation of the spending plan as it was in reading through it. And it's simply just that our resources are significantly down. Staffing is down. Spending is down. While enrollment is increasing modestly, we're looking at these efforts to dual enrollment, getting more students on campus, without, it seems, the ability to spend commensurately. So while this all looks wonderful on paper, it's really unfortunate. I hear the thanks to the governor and to the legislature, et cetera. But I have to say, I don't believe we are even remotely adequately supported by them for many reasons. But whatever the reasons, this is a state service for which we are basically, if you look at the report, it says that the net cost of attending one of our institutions is higher even than Wesleyan and UConn, than other institutions in the state. And what we are detailing in this report is that we have found ways to spend less on our students, to give our students less. It's really unfortunate that the job that you've had to do here, and it is the job that you have to do, and apparently it's been done well, is to figure out how to give our students less. So we've, frozen tuition, great. But between the increase in the burden on our system to fringe benefits, the requirement that we spend general fund are already too low state allocations, that now we have to spend that money on facilities because the bonding money is just not being released by the governor's bonding committee, puts us in a really strange place, an unfortunate place. And I think it expresses a complete lack of a commitment by the governor, perhaps by the state legislature, though there are other indications that they're attempting to have us grow, that there is no desire to invest in this system even remotely adequately. And while we are talking about all of this, I'm receiving emails from colleagues of mine who are saying, can you please ask, like, what on-campus resources are we going to allocate to accommodate this increase in dual enrollment? Because we are drowning. We are already drowning. This is what people are saying, right? You're seeing in the detail of these things that it is in delaying hiring, right? That we are reducing expenditures, saving some money, et cetera. We've been doing this for years. We've been existing on one-time money for years. So while I understand that, a board meeting setting is very, often we present these things in a more sort of, I don't know, neutral sort of format. I really feel that there is a need to express what a tragedy it is that we are in this situation in the system, that we know that while our net costs are higher, our job is to figure out how to invest even less in our students. So, I mean, that is a long comment. I apologize, but I do think that we need in this group to have a conversation. The amount that that the system is responsible for in terms of fringe has sort of been debated between OPM and the board for quite some time. If the number that is in that report is correct, it's significant and it eats into our funding significantly. And I wonder if someone can speak to whether that number is correct and has been established and agreed upon by everyone involved. This is both the system office and OPM, et cetera. If so, if we can address it. That's the first thing. And the second is, given this board's relationship with the governor, how do we get our hands on the bonding money so that we can deal with facilities that sorely need to be maintained, so that we don't have to spread our funds even more thinly? So,
Kalina, it's Marty. I appreciate your comment, and it's relevant. 80% of our costs is payroll. It's people, and we tend to fight over 3% up, 3% down, but it's the 97% of what we do is going to matter. So I think I'm confident in the institutional presidents and what they do and who they are and their teams and how they're going to do this. The sustainability plan should be released to the full board, CFO Blanchard. If they're still in process or progress, that just qualify it, put draft on it, but we can input some help there. And I would say the other thing in the finance committee meeting, which Chair Balducci led 2 of them in the last 2 weeks, we had a good discussion around the capital plans, and it's our summer project. I know Keith and Lloyd and others will help us and guide us, but it's our summer project to figure out how to unleash some of, or a great part of this 400 million. It may not be day one, but we should predictably be opening up the dam here over time to do that. So we need to take a step back together and form a team this summer to work on this so that we can take a step forward and activate the building and critical infrastructure repairs, maintenance, and all these other things. Charlene.
I want to share that Chair Gui and President Toro came and gave a presentation to Secretary Beckham related to Western. And that plan had been something he had been looking for several years during his tenure, which essentially took the strategy of the institution. And again, this is Central's team doing this work for Western, and connected it to what the capital needs were. So bringing together what the vision is strategically with how those capital funds would be brought to bear. And I'm just going to share, and he asked that I reiterate it to this group, is that's the kind of work that he's looking for. And up until this point, well, I would agree there's lots of lists and lots of information. The missing link is the connection between the strategy and how this will move the system forward and essentially the request. And so, I would recommend that the presidents connect with President Toro and her team to really look to see how that vision was articulated in a way that we've been unable to receive. And so he certainly was very pleased with that information and expressed that at the meeting to both Chair Gui and President Toro. Thank you.
Any other?
I have one comment, and this is really in response to Dr. Sasenka's comment earlier. What we are seeing here, we know there are two sides of the equation. One is, how do we manage our spending more effectively to achieve the results that we want to achieve with respect to improving student outcomes, services to students, quality of education, supporting faculty appropriately, and making sure that we're operating in the kinds of facilities that we can all be proud of in terms of where we have our students. That's one side of the equation. I do want to remind us that at the last board meeting, we also had the beginnings of a draft presentation from social impact partners regarding investments in the future to grow, and how we can start thinking about partnering with those kinds of investments. So you're right, it isn't just about cost cutting. It's also about how do we apply resources and identify resources to invest in the growth and the future strategy. So more discussion on that, because we need to tie those two elements of the equation together. I think today was an excellent presentation of the work we're doing, and to address part of that, I think last month's presentation was the beginning of a discussion of how we also invest in future growth. So we are very aware of the fact that this is not just about cost, it's about improving the outcomes for our students, for the entire system.
Thank you for that. And I would agree. And I think the chairman made a point that this summer there's going to be homework to be done by us as we move forward. But I think as you look, and I comment about the governor, the legislature, and OPM again, they see and have seen that this board is moving in a positive direction as far as programs and spending and the direction we want to take for our students as we move forward in the years to come. Any other comments about the finance package before we vote?
Yeah, I do apologize. It's just, it's a public meeting. Not everybody reads these enormous agendas. I just want to make note of certain things so that folks understand that what we're voting on, the difficult position that we're actually in. It's not that folks haven't done a great job with the scant resources that we have. But if you don't mind, I just want to highlight some of the things that were in this report, starting with the very first paragraph. For example, of particular concern, the deficit is expected to increase, rising from 11 to 13% of expenditure annually for the next 5 years, right? Over the past 15 years, the general fund block grant support for CSCU has not increased in real terms. This is all just from the report. For fiscal year 26, fringe benefits are projected to cost $141 million, representing a 224% increase compared to fiscal year 23. And the last is this is at Eastern, significant faculty and staffing shortfalls in critical areas. The reductions were achieved not by not filling vacancies, and we know that this is consistent across the system, which prevented a strategic allocation of resources and created substantial staffing gaps. So, this is what we're dealing with, and we've committed to the 5-year sustainability plan, which I don't know that we have the ability to see through at the moment, or if so, it will be with great creativity. And great cost to students, whether it's, in withholding of certain kinds of resources that they need. So I just want to, make sure that we're acknowledging we're acknowledging it vocally and publicly, that this is a situation we're in a particularly wealthy state. And while we are at risk of even more threats from the federal government. So I'm in no way criticizing the job that you've done with the scanned resources that we have here, but I am acknowledging the absolute necessity for us to do more political work to make sure that we are adequately supported by the state and are actually providing a state service. There is no shame to me that the majority of the cost is in personnel. That's what we do. We teach, and we need to give more of that to our students. So thanks.
Thank you. Your comments, other comments, anybody else? And then I would make a motion that we adopt the resolution before us on our spending plan. Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Spending plans adopted. Our last item before us deals with the debt service issue. Lloyd, would you just go through that? I think that can be done rather quickly.
Yes, quickly. On this slide that shows the system-wide spending plan, you'll see in the first 2 lines under the transfer section, designated debt service. So collectively, the universities will transfer $31.6 million to the system office, as they normally do, so that we can make the debt service payments from the STIF account. Because of the elevated reserves that we have, we are proposing in this spending plan to utilize $28.3 million to reallocate back to the universities. This, in effect, provides them with relief on some of their debt service, not all of their debt service, but most of their debt service. And so the last resolution is seeking explicit approval of moving $28 million from the STIF account, which is the debt service fund, to the 4 universities in the amount that they send transfers to the system office.
Thank you, Lloyd. Any other comments on that? It's pretty positive. A good thing, finally. Any other comments by members? If not, then I would entertain a motion to.
Is this supported by the system presidents, this resolution?
Yes.
No. Thank you.
Yeah.
Only the universities have debt.
We want to make sure that you're driving a lot of the decisions going forward. So it's important that you agree in what we're trying to do here, but I just want to confirm that.
Good idea, Mr. Chairman, but there's smiles, so that's a positive. I just made a motion adoption of this resolution. There is a second.
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the
Thank you.
finance report.
Thank you, Chair Balducci. We're going to move to the human resources because my governance chair is had to recuse herself for a minute. Committee Chair Jappanen, I understand you have a report this month.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gui. Hi, everyone. I will
Hello.
make this, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Chairman Gui. Hi, everyone. I will try to make this report sweet and short for you. The Human Resources and Administration Committee held an informational meeting on Friday, June 13th, to review key human resources initiatives underway across our system. Jennifer Person, Assistant Vice Chancellor for HR and Labor Relations, opened with a review of guiding principles for system office HR work, building trust, enhancing operational service, and applying a change management approach. She also acknowledged the strong collaboration and leadership shown by HR professionals throughout the system. So thank you. We were joined by Dr. Tam O'Day-Stevens, AVP for Enrollment Management and Student Success, who shared updates on impactful professional development efforts led by Dr. Forrest Helvey. These include the Leadership Academy Series, Civil Dialogue Programs, and the Escaping and Accessibility Initiative, among others. Dr. O'Day-Stevens also provided an update on the graduate intern compensation review originally requested by students last September. A committee led by Jennifer Person and supported by nominations from the provost will be formed to recommend standardized appointments for graduate interns and assistants, with graduate students also serving on this committee, which is great. On the topic of student employment, a working group is reviewing hiring and compensation practices for student workers and work-study participants. The aim is to develop a system-wide framework that recognizes the important role of on-campus employment in the student experience. We also had Chief Compliance Officer Cameron Liston, who presented the new hazing policy, which he spoke about a little bit earlier, and its implications for employees. Additionally, the committee received an update on the Management Confidential Professional Personnel Policy, which is currently under review and expected to come before the full board, I'd say, within the next 2 to 3 months. Finally, Jennifer Person shared a focused update on HR technology improvements. These include optimizing existing tools like Core CT and SharePoint for greater operational efficiency. The committee also discussed future needs such as electronic records management, applicant tracking, and a learning management system. The HR committee, fully supports the progress shared, and we look forward to continued momentum. And this concludes my report, Chairman Gui.
Thank you so kindly, Committee Chair Jappanen. I'm going to go back to Committee Chair James. I understand you have a report and an action item before us today.
Yes, I do. The Governance and Nominating Committee did meet twice, and we are beginning an entire process to review and update policies, procedures, and practices, many of which have not been updated or looked at in a very, very long time. And these will cover broad, big items, for example, policies that have significant financial impact on the institution, but also smaller things like how do we update our new board member orientation plan. But today, we have one item regarding the approval of the adoption of the policy and policies. And a big part of this is the fact that we have a process for establishing board policy, which was adopted in 2013. So it's definitely time for us to take a look at what remains relevant, what needs to be updated. And it's really to ensure that we have a consistent and transparent process for policy management. And this not only will promote awareness and compliance and accountability across our entire system, and it emphasizes the importance of stakeholder engagement and ownership and accountability in the policy process. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Karen Liston for a little more detail with respect to the process that we would like to have approval. I will be recommending approval of this resolution after you've had an opportunity, but it'll be quick.
It will. I will be brief. Sorry you have to hear from me twice in one meeting. But I do want to start off just by noting my appreciation for you recognizing the importance of this policy. It may seem technical, maybe even insignificant on its face, but it is foundational to the work of maturing our policy portfolio. We could go to the next slide. Thank you. So as Regent James noted, we have a policy on policies from 2013. Best practices have changed significantly in this space. It's important for us to have an established guideline for how we approach this. We are a complex organization, so our approach to policy looks different than other institutions. A single institution, higher ed, it looks very different than when you're writing a policy that applies to 6 distinct institutions with distinct values and distinct missions. So the way we approach this must include stakeholder engagement and significant feedback, and then ultimately result in policies that have clear ownership, accountability at the conclusion. And finally, we need a way to ensure that our policies are accessible, up to date, and compliant with applicable requirements. We go to the next slide. The key provisions of this policy really is to create shared language in the definitions section, formally establish the policy committee, standardize our policy format, which makes readability much easier for our constituents and for you all as you're considering these policies. We're introducing the idea of required reviews, which highlights the importance of engagement with our institutions as the board retains its sole authority over policy adoption. It also references changes in law that may impact our policies and how we can be nimble in approaching that. Emergency policy development, non-substantive edits, which I don't have a slide on this, but I just want to highlight what that means. We have some policies that require us to have contact information in the policy and posted. People move on, people change positions. Currently, we have no mechanism to update those policies without going in front of the full board and presenting it as a new policy. This provision would allow for non-substantive edits to occur with a report to the board so that we can make the adjustments as transitions occur, make those updates to the policies, and then present those changes to the board for review. And then finally, it standardizes our record retention and review so that we can ensure that our policy portfolio not only is serving the needs of our institutions and our students, but that it's up to date and compliant with our external obligations and laws. Next slide. The definition section contains 4 definitions than this, but this is where it's really key to have shared language in this space. We have 6 institutions who use these terms in different ways, right? Policy under statute is the sole authority of the board. We have institutions that have or refer to things as policies that are really practices or procedures or guidelines. So clarifying that, what it does is it reinforces the board's role in policy development. It might put a little more burden on you all to engage in this work actively with the system office and the institutions, but it's something that needs to be done for us to fulfill the requirements of the law and our establishing statutes. Procedures, again, there are some times when we may need to have practices and procedures that are standard across the system. Other times we want to give autonomy to institutions to develop these practices and procedures. So the definition allows for both and allows the board to recognize when they want that standardized system-wide procedure or when they want to allow the autonomy for the institutions to develop their own. And then we have guidelines, which are really the 3rd tier in governance. These are going to be recommendations, suggestions on how you can be compliant, but they do not create obligations on anybody. Next slide. So we, in practice, have a policy committee that we established 3 months ago. We have great engagement from the presidential designees, the system office designees. We've been taking this time leading to this policy presentation here today to really establish best practices in this space. The policy committee, why it's important to include it in a policy, for the board acknowledgement and requirement is there's a lot more operational durability when there's a requirement that we're engaging in this work through a Board of Regents policy. If it was my initiative and I came in and wanting to establish that, it's my initiative. But this is so important to the foundation of our policy portfolio. The board recognizing this really is an important step to establishing this and making sure it continues as the work progresses. Next slide, please. So a standard policy format, and I hope that you've recognized in your materials today that policies are being presented in a standard format. Most importantly, what you will note is that there's policy ownership and there's enforcement in every policy that is being developed and presented to the Board of Regents. These are obviously key for our compliance and really key for our employees to know what obligations fall on them and what they are responsible for enforcing. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, we have a tiered required review approach. Really, this starts with policy owners, the subject matter experts in the area, being the ones who are developing these policies, drafting these policies. After they have, put in all of their expertise and gotten to a point where they're comfortable with it, we expand the review pool to stakeholders. Stakeholders are essentially individuals who are impacted by the implementation of the policy. We solicit their feedback. Once we get to that point, then we move on to the executive review, which includes system and institutional executives, so that every step of the way, we are including institutions in what a final product is a Board of Regents, system-wide or institution-specific policy. And then finally, the presentation to the appropriate Board of Regents committee via the assigned staff. Next slide. And then we have retention review. We don't have this in our current policy on policies, which is why we have policies right now that have not been looked at since 2013 or even the establishment of this board. The policy retention review cycle creates a 3-year cycle for all of our policies based on adoption date. And it requires, even if there are no updates required of the policy, that is presented to the board again with the affirmation that this policy is still compliant and up to date. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions there may be about this policy.
I think this, well, thank you for your hard work, by the way, and the committee too. This sometimes seems like an obtuse moment, but I think it's very important that we understand how to operate together and follow the North Stars that are important for us all. So thank you.
And I will say, a lot of this work is not sexy, but when you think about the last couple of years of questions and confusion and misinterpretation and miscommunication, having a more disciplined approach, I think will help all of us to be more effective in running the system.
I
So,
think obtuse was the right word, but not sexy.
so with that, I have the recommendation is that that the Board of Regents approve the CSCU policy on policies effective August 1st. We are planning to, August 14th, August 1st, we are planning to do some homework over the summer as well, so that we can begin the new academic year, at least with some very clear direction. I'll take the motion.
Second the motion.
All in favor, please?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. The motion passes.
Rich, can you hit the Thank you, Committee Chair James. Our final committee report out is from Technology Committee Chair Ted Yang. I understand you have a report and presentation for us this month.
Hi, I do. However, I'm in transit, so I will ask CIO Mondrain to make the presentation. But first of all, let me thank my colleagues for approving the consent agenda, which you're now going to hear more details about.
Aaron's look of surprise notwithstanding, no, there's no presentation. I'm just going to talk through where we are on this, and there are some slides there. They should be included in materials.
They're in the consent agenda.
Yeah. And so I'm not going to put up a bunch of slides. I'm going to talk through this fairly quickly. I'm going to really the dominant topic recently has been around Banner, and so what I want to do, I would just do a little bit of description around that. And I want to start by saying that any any confusion or complications here at the end of the process was more to do with my lack of familiarity with the process here within the system. I've been here for 6 months, and so in some ways I'm coming up to speed. What I'd like to do is start by saying Banner is, well, it's an ERP system, but it really represents our financial systems. It represents our HR system. It represents payroll. It represents our student information system. It's used for financial aid. It is the dominant administrative system that utilized almost exclusively across the system, not entirely, right? Charter Oak has a little bit of a difference there, but across the 4 CSUs and CT State, that is the primary system. By way of background, there are 5 separate instances of running it. And this is actually critical because there's one for each of the CSUs, and there's one that is run in common for both CT State and for the system office. And the reason this number 5 is relevant is because each one of them historically has gone down the path that was recommended and encouraged by the vendor, which is to customize to deal with whatever special things that you had. And so currently all 5 of them are 5 different disparate systems that have some commonality between them, but substantive differences between them. Those differences represent friction and make it difficult to work across the systems. And it also serves as an impediment to people moving between different institutions and things like that because of those differences in the system. So that's context. We knew when I arrived 6 months ago, what I was made aware of was that the current contract for the system was ending at the end of the fiscal year, and we had about 6 months to decide and make choices about how we were going to go forward. My priority at that point was to focus first and foremost on continuity of operations. So on July 1, if those systems across CSCU stopped working, that would be a suboptimal state for the system. It would be clearly problematic. So that first priority was to ensure that within the existing contract that we were in a position to exercise an amendment to renew that, and that was part of something that happened today, was that so we could be able to now move forward and so that on July 1, the systems will continue to operate. That was my first priority. The second priority was to allow for a path forward for the respective institutions to move from what the current environment to the most up-to-date environment. I won't go through a lot of the details on that. You can do, if anyone has, I can provide it, but to move towards the current environment. And that was also some of the work that we had presented today. And there's a master agreement to allow for those migrations to happen at the behest of the individual institutions when and if they want to move forward on that. Now, there is attractiveness to moving forward because the most up-to-date environment is where all of the advances, it's where, for example, the AI tools are being made available. Now, I would like to make at least one more point around this, and that's that this is just a point of clarification that I think people should hold on to. Administrative systems, by their definition, are clunky. Now, no vendor will tell you they're clunky. They always tell you how wonderful they are, but every one of them is clunky. And there's a reason why they're clunky. The reason is that their primary function and their highest priority is transactional integrity and data fidelity and integrity across the system. And those systems pursue those ends occasionally and at the expense of other things like ergonomics and aesthetics and things like that. And so the post-sales conversation of every administrative system makes that clear that there are some challenges. That being said, our use of these systems is not optimized. We have made choices over a very, very long period of time that have decreased the value proposition of these systems and made it difficult to extract the benefits, the full set of benefits. They obviously all deliver benefits. So one of the ongoing conversations we're having in the technology committee is how to extract maximum value out of the things we have, not just add new things, but to extract maximum value out of the things that we already have. There's always this reaction under many circumstances where people say, well, let's just buy a new system for this, or let's just buy a new system for that. Often there's an existing system that is not properly utilized that solves the existing problem if we would utilize it correctly and not handicap it. And so those are ongoing conversations that are a clear focus. And from that is the guidance of the technology committee that the system should be proceeding in that fashion, and that is the intention of me. When I put my other hat on, that is the intention of me to help facilitate that across the system, and that's the end of the report. And I will answer any questions. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
The
sir.
master agreement
Yes.
retains the 5 instances, I would assume.
The master, yes, it does.
And within each instance, I assume there's a finite level of seats.
Correct. In terms of
Are the seats transferable between the systems?
not by that agreement, but the pricing of it is effectively that if it's, in other words, if we make one instance larger and we make another instance smaller, going forward in the price, in the costs will shift from one instance to another.
This is the big gotcha in the ERPs,
Of course. But I will add one thing. There's a huge benefit to one of the things that is in this master agreement in terms of the SaaS migration is that you cannot be customized in that environment. And so the thing that makes the environment so disparate today, that makes them so difficult, are that they're heavily customized by intention, by the vendor's intention. You cannot do that in software as a service. They do not even support that. And so, one of our goals should have been a long time ago to reconcile and make those instances consistent. We never did that. I don't know why. There wasn't a sufficient appetite for that. If going forward into SaaS, we do not have the option anymore. We have to become extremely consistent across, if we still call it, at that point, you'd call it 5 tenants, not instances. But in those 5 tenants, you have to be essentially in the same environment, in the same ways. So on top of that, the emphasis would have to be, what are the things that we would add to that to maximize then the consistency?
Somebody managing master data compliance is going to be one person, right?
Well, I'll just give you a simple example. Chart of accounts. Right. Right now, chart of accounts across the instances are in collision with each other. And so, one of the things that could be is you want to make sure that you want to eliminate, or at least from a reporting perspective, guarantee that you don't have collisions in that respect.
We can homogenize the charts. I think we know that.
Well, there's benefits to be
Some decisions to be made. Charlene.
Thank you. So thank you for the presentation. First, obviously the decision, at this point, we really have no choice but to proceed with Banner. I guess I would ask that in this kind of ERP system, that there should have been a flag or a conversation 2 years ago, which would have said, if we want to go out and reprocure this ERP, when you arrived on the scene, it was way too late. Even, I can tell you I'm implementing a grant management system for the whole state. That's a 1-year procurement to make that happen, right? And so, I would encourage, and again, I'm not saying that you wouldn't have arrived at this place, but there should be, as part of the internal controls, some flag when you implement a contract, just like the policies that Juanita was talking about, that says, geez, this contract is 10 years. 8 years from now, we need to make the are we going to continue with this relationship or not decision. So that's one. 2, and I think I mentioned this in an earlier meeting, is that when you move to software as a service, the complement of our employees to maintain the operating costs, the equipment, there's a whole bunch of changes that are kind of tied up in that. And someone really needs to be going through. So there's an action plan to implement it and to make that move. But we already need to be thinking about, do I need the same type of employee? And if I don't, for the employees that I have, and I'm going to have different needs, how do I skill them so that they can transition naturally into those positions, as opposed to being left with them having to hire new employees, but yet not being able to fully utilize the team members that we already have. And so I don't know if maybe that analysis already exists, but I think that's a really important thing that already should be worked on. And I will tell you, Mike, and I don't know, I'm going to say definitely before I left, we moved to a common chart of accounts. It might have been in 2019 before the pandemic. And there are lots of analyses out there which evaluated how these different instances were similar and different. So there is documentation related to those nuances. But that said, those differences more likely than not still exist today. And those could be useful tools for you as you would move forward. Thank you.
So if I may. So there's actually several key points here that I don't think should be overlooked. The one, I appreciate that you recognize that it's not 6 months to make a technology change. Oh, could I speak up? That it's not 6 months to make a technology change, do an RFP, get the thing in, do the migration. That's a multi-year process. And I agree with you on that. The reference around skills, right? And so one of the things that often you hear from SAS is that, well, you don't need any employees anymore, and that's completely ridiculous. But you're spot on that it does mean that skill sets change, right? So the work you do is different. And I'll just give you an example. I have made it my priority this year in order to work across the system that I'm in a position where there's 2 positions that I can refill, and I've already repurposed them to be integration engineers as opposed to developers, right? And because integration with the system becomes a much more important activity than somehow doing custom work inside the system. We can't do the custom work inside the system anyway anymore. And so that's certainly an example, right? And I agree.
Ari?
Thank you, Chairman Gway. I just wanted to just step in and just make sure to say that from the technology committee perspective, thinking about what Regent Casamento said, we're totally aligned on this point of being ahead of the curve on this in the future and making sure not only that we're ahead of it, but that also we're aligning the technology with the business outcomes, because the technology's got to be a lever. We talk about how we can be more efficient, how we can, do more with what we have, and technology's got to be a key part of that. CIO Mundrain, is totally aligned to that point. He and I had a direct conversation where we talked through his approach to this, which he just briefly outlined about multi-years, and he's right on point. So I think from the total BOR to the technology committee, to the staff and the faculty, we're really aligned on the idea of what we need to do going forward. It just happened that CIO came in. We only had 6 months to go, and so here we are with the right approach going forward. But I just wanted to let you know that the technology, and everyone here know the technology committee is fully aligned to that and marching forward in that direction.
We're blessed to have some good people on the technology committee. We just formed 2 new committees in the last year. One was technology committee and the other was the governance committee. And Juanita's idea was to form the governance committee, so she became the chair, and Ted's idea was to form the technology committee. He became the chair. So, but they've benefited us greatly. And your addition, Mike, has been very positive for us. I would leave you with one comment. And Charlene gave a good perspective on what Dr. Toro did with OPM and our capital planning. Banner is a tool, and data is important. We got to tie what we need also, not just consistency of master data and the nomenclature and all those things, but we got to tie them into our 9 goals so that we can report on these things. So you're not going to have an answer today.
No, but I have a comment.
But you have a comment, and we're hoping it's a really impactful one.
Well, I'll try. We'll see. We'll see. You can tell me after I hit the mark.
I will.
Right?
I will.
So I'm pretty fortunate to have the technology committee to work with. And so the lengthy conversations I've had, both in session and even sort of between sessions on one-on-one, I appreciate getting pushed by people who actually have the best interests of the system at heart. And we know that data and access to data is a critical thing. And right now we have undermined that. That's one of the key ways we've undermined the system: access to data and use of data. And I know that my most recent conversations with Ted and with others has been about how to begin to start to really unpack that, make that available. That will be one of the foundational elements of any transition we do.
Right, and data is a representation of people. And we want to make sure we're representing the right data to help people move through the system, move between the system.
Sure.
Come in and out. So this is really about solving for the strategy, right?
Right, and we want a system that, one, meets the business needs across the system. We want an environment that meets the business needs across the system without sacrificing fiduciary or sort of regulatory obligations that we have to meet. There's a balancing act that has to be struck, and we haven't necessarily balanced that carefully over time. And there are times where only one side of that equation has been the focus. And yes, you meet that side of the equation, but you meet it at the expense of other aspects of it. And that's an honest conversation we have already started. And I can tell you that in my work, and this now I'm going to put my other hat on, and in my work with CIOs across the system, again, I'm very fortunate to work with good people. We've been having an honest conversation about how well the implementations actually deliver for the institutions, and we are pursuing a different strategy on how to properly balance security versus access, and that there's good agreement on that, and I don't want to give too much details on that, but I will be happy to come back at some point and report now through the technology committee about the progress we make on that, because that's a key one that has to be addressed.
Your enthusiasm's great. Chair Yang, I appreciate your report on technology and an update on Banner. We're going to move now to public comments, and I'm going to give Sam Norton the ability to manage the public comment portion of our meeting, and looking forward to a very civil discourse.
Chair Gui, we have 4 staff and faculty members who would like to give public comments today. Each of our speakers is joining us virtually. Our first speaker is Seth Freeman, president of the 4 Cs. Seth, can you please check your audio and video for me?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Do you have your 3 minutes ready?
I do.
You may begin.
Thank you. Chair Gui and members of the board, my name is Seth Freeman. I'm a professor at CT State Capitol and president of Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. I'm speaking to you today to talk about the failure of Governor Lamont and our state legislators in providing long-term sustainable funding for CSCU and the resulting need for our board to spend down our reserves. I also want to focus on some of our important grant-funded programs that are under attack by the Trump administration and the need for CSCU to protect these programs. I'll also speak at the end about a recent failure of Charter Oak State College to pay faculty. I'll start by discussing the failures of Governor Lamont. As everyone knows, we went into the past legislative session with a demand for Governor Lamont to clear the fiscal roadblocks and invest billions in public services, including higher ed. We discussed and explained how the fiscal roadblocks serve to manufacture austerity and protect the ultra-wealthy by preventing our state from taxing the rich. Our demand was to clear the roadblocks and make critical and long-needed investments in underserved and marginalized communities. Unfortunately, Governor Lamont and state legislators failed to meet this moment. As a result, CSCU is being forced to spend down our reserves. We certainly recognize that spending down our reserves is a short-term solution. We support the efforts of the board to use reserves to bridge the gap.
Rose up. You're back.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I want to talk about grant-funded programs that are under attack from the Trump administration, where we are already seeing programmatic cuts at CT State. Specifically, I want to speak to the TRIO, Upward Bound, Gear Up, and SNAP grants. The TRIO, Upward Bound, and Gear Up grants provide critical support services to low-income and first-generation students. These programs intentionally support this student population who historically are less likely to enroll and succeed in higher education. The Trump administration's attack on SNAP funding is certainly going to hurt our most marginalized community. It is completely unacceptable that CT State is cutting programs and non-renewing staff who provide these services. It is also incongruent how we discuss expanding dual enrollment and partnership with high school while simultaneously cutting bridge programs in our high school. We need this board and our managers to protect our grant-funded programs that are there to provide these services, and by funding the program, by using our reserves or identifying other funding sources as needed. So we ask President Maduco and Chair Gray to commit to keeping these services, and we'll follow up with a more detailed request with how much we anticipate maybe. And finally, I want to speak to the recent failure of charter oak managers to pay charter oak faculty for this first summer session. We have faculty who just are today reporting that they got paid 25 to 40% of the pay owed to them, and being told they have to wait 2 weeks until the next pay period for their money owed to them. We need charter oak to cut checks today or tomorrow for the faculty who need this money and who can't wait 2 weeks. More broadly, we need payroll to stop making mistakes. There unfortunately remains a long and painful history of payroll errors across CSU that we need to stop. But in the short term, we need charter oak to cut checks for faculty who need them. And we'll follow up today with the request to meet with managers to get this done. Thank you, board members, for your attention to all these matters.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, we'll get submitted, everybody. Could you send your comments in writing, Seth, so we can share with the board?
Absolutely.
Thank you so kindly. Sam?
Here is Deirdre Diamore, who is from CT State Naugatuck Valley. Deirdre, can you please check your audio and your video for us?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can. Do you have your 3 minutes ready?
I sure do, thank you.
All right, you can begin.
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time in a very long agenda. My name is Deirdre Diamore. I serve as a Guided Pathways Advisor at the CT State Naugatuck Valley campus. I just wanted to take a moment to express strong support for all our student services staff, particularly those involved in the programs that Seth has just spoke about. Their work has been invaluable in helping students acclimate to college life, most recently during on-site acceptance events at local high schools. I witnessed, as many Guided Pathways did, the firsthand deep connection and support they provide. It's genuine, it's built on trust, and rooted in years of experience. This team carries institutional knowledge that cannot and should not be lost. I did just hear Chair Balducci's presentation regarding budget allocations. I recognize that balancing financial priorities is a complex task. However, I urge the system to prioritize and protect funding for essential college access programs like the TRIO and Gear Up, and especially in light of declining federal support. Recruitment, retention, student success, all these priorities we've heard emphasized today in your meeting depend heavily on the face-to-face work being done by our already severely reduced student services staffs. I just ask that we invest where it counts in the people directly supporting our students. And again, thank you for your time and your commitment to student success.
Thank you, Deirdre. Our next speaker is Teresa Legion with CT State Manchester. Teresa, can you see and hear us? Teresa, are you able to check your audio for me? Come back to you. Teresa, are you able to try one more time to see if we can hear you? If not, then you can just submit your public comments in writing. Our fourth public speaker did not join virtually, so we will also accept his comments in writing. And Chair Gui, that concludes the public comment portion of the meeting.
We will distribute all of the public comments that are sent in. Oh, Teresa, coming online.
Good morning. Is it my time?
It's your time. You have 3 minutes. We're looking forward to you. You sounded like Jesse Bernal's presentation earlier, but go ahead. The floor is yours, Teresa. We can hear you.
Could someone just raise their hand if they can hear me? Thank you. And is it okay if I speak now? Raise your hand again and just let me know it's okay to speak.
You're ready
Great,
to go.
thank you. Hi, good morning. I'm sorry if I'm very late to this. I've been on all morning. I work for our TRIO program at CT State Manchester. I was busy working with students all morning, helping them out with their FAFSAs and with their fall registration and kind of just understanding college as a whole. I had to explain the FAFSA to someone this morning. So I'm here to talk about TRIO SSS, not only at CT State Manchester, but at Norwalk Community College and our colleges across the country. Bye, Jonah. That was another of my students leaving. So yeah, so TRIO programs, I'm sure maybe you guys have heard a bit about the future funding status of them. President Trump has unfortunately zeroed out the line item for TRIO in his budget, which is really, really unfortunate. We are supposed to hear back any day now if that's true or not true, and really what's going to happen in the future of our grant. It's pretty scary to not only us, working at the college and under this grant, but especially for our students. And I really actually wanted to take the time today to read to you some student testimonies about our program, and so you can hear directly from them how important this program is and how it's benefited them. I'm going to read these until my time's up. Ultimately, I really just want to ask the BOR to consider funding TRIO or in some capacity, whether it's through TRIO or it's through CONCAP or it's through another funding source or another program, to keep on doing the work that we do, which is to support people who are the first in their family to go to college, people from low-income backgrounds, people with documented disabilities. We have served over 200 students this past year. We are required to fund 140, but we always go over. Our students almost always graduate, are retained, and pass their courses and move on to four-year schools at much higher rates than other eligible students who don't participate in this program. All right, I'm just going to start reading student testimonies. This person says, as a first-generation student coming from a low-income family, the TRIO program was a big part of my education and success in completing not only one, but 2 degrees. Because of TRIO, I was able to obtain my associates in both general studies and social work. Being a TRIO student means I have support whenever I need it. It brings me peace of mind knowing I have support to fall back on. I feel like other people understand the same struggle. We're all in it together, and they understand the stress of being a college student. That was all one student. This is a new student. Going into college with no family experience was challenging. I was afraid of doing something wrong. As a first-generation college student, it was discouraging. No one around me knew anything or how to help me. The TRIO program has made me confident in my experience of college and helped in understanding how to navigate this life. Without this program, I would have dropped out of college because of fear. Being a part of TRIO means community. There are not only higher ups that help you navigate this experience, but also other students who know your struggle. We all come from the same place, and we help each other with important things. My TRIO advisor has given me resources I didn't even know were out there. They help me pursue my degree and keep me on track. They are more than just advisors. They listen and get to know you on a deeper level than any advisor. They're not just here to guide you on a path, but to also listen to you and support you along the way. That was one student. Another student says, the TRIO program has impacted me a lot by feeling that I consider it my home. And also I have the feeling that I'm not alone and that this program can help me achieve my goals that I want to complete. Another student says, TRIO has been incredibly effective in improving my relationship with school. showing me that there's a point in what I'm doing and what I'm accomplishing. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Teresa. Thank you, Teresa, and I think that concludes our public
Unfortunately,
comment.
I cannot hear if there's any follow-up questions. If you could just send them in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, please submit your testimony to Karen Buffkin, and she'll circulate it to the board. Thanks again. Before I call a motion to move to executive session, let me state that the members of the Board of Regents move to executive session in accordance with 1-200 subsection 6A of the general statutes for the purpose of discussing the appointment of an interim chancellor. No votes will be taken in executive session. The Board of Regents will reconvene following executive session, and it's anticipated there will be votes, but there will be no votes for action by the board following executive session. The only remaining item will be to adjourn the meeting. Only the regents will be in attendance during the executive session, with the exception of the assistants from the general counsel, as she may have testimony or opinion that is pertinent to the matter being discussed. Therefore, allow me to call for a motion to move to executive session for the purpose I have described above. May I have a motion? Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. The live streaming is being paused. All right, there will be a vote following the executive session. There is expected to be a vote following executive session. The only remaining item after that will be to adjourn the meeting. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session at the BOR meeting. I would like to put a floor motion, a resolution concerning the appointment of an interim chancellor for the Connecticut State College and University System. And I'd ask our general counsel, Karen Buffkin, to read out the resolution for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a Connecticut Board of Regents for Higher Education resolution concerning the appointment of an interim chancellor for the Connecticut State College and University System. Resolved that Dr. O. John Maduco is appointed interim chancellor of the Connecticut State College and University System effective July 1st, 2025, and shall continue in that assignment for a period of 1 year and conclude honor before June 30th, 2026. And be it further resolved that Dr. Maduco, for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, shall be on an approved leave of absence from his position as president of CT State Community College. At the conclusion of his leave of absence, Dr. Maduco shall return to his position, president of the Connecticut State Community College, effective July 1, 2026. And be it further resolved that the Board of Regents authorizes Board of Regent Chair Marty Guay, together with General Counsel, to negotiate on behalf of the Board of Regents for Higher Education to enter into an employment agreement with Dr. Maduco for his service as interim chancellor in conformity with current Board of Regents policies.
Thank you, General Counsel Buffkin. I'd like to get a motion to vote for this resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll take a vote on this resolution. I'll ask our general counsel to take the vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions?
One abstention.
Abstention?
Yep.
Who is that?
Chair Balducci.
Asking sorry.
We confirm quorum.
Yes, we have a quorum.
Got Regent Yang, Regent Japanen, Regent Santiago on the phone. And we have
Present are Regent Cummings, Balducci, Regent Wright, Regent
right. Well, with that, I would say the resolution is approved concerning the appointment of interim chancellor John Maduco. John, congratulations. This came. I'd like to say publicly that this position is important for us. It came with a lot of discussion, a lot of optimisms, concerns, and commitments to helping you help us. I think it's important that we move together forward in this. So we're looking forward for the next 12 months. I know that you're not starting officially till next week. There's much work to do. There'll be a communication going out on this, but I'd like to thank everybody. We've got amazing leaders inside of this system. We had options. All of our options have pros and cons because we're all human, but it's up to all of us to make the decisions that we agree to successful. So I'm looking forward to everybody helping pitch in to make this decision a success. And I'm also looking for your commitment to work with all of our leaders throughout the system to help make their jobs a success. So thank you. With that, I'd like to call a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second? All in favor? Opposed? With that, I'd like to adjourn this meeting and stop the live streaming. Thank you.